Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I think everyone in the audience will let you kind of get seated, but I'm going to do a few things. We're going to do some housekeeping rules here, and I also will start with, I'm Jamie Rissy. I'm one of the Integral Ecology Directors here with the Presentation Sisters of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Jared Hone is my co-partner in crime that's been manning this crazy IT stuff, so I really could give him a hand because it's his 39th birthday today too, so it's a double whammy. So we are going to just, if you guys can keep, I'm going to talk to everybody that is on Zoom right now. If you will listen to me closely. This event is set up as a webinar, so you as the attendees, your volume is off and you will not be able to turn it on. They will only be able to see and hear what the presenters and host display. When you are logged on, there is a section for question and answers. Those questions can be typed at the bottom of the Zoom screen. This area will be monitored during the day, and these questions will be asked at the end of the day during Gabe's question and answers. And that will be later after lunch. All attendees can ask questions. If there is a question that you like, there is a button down there that you can push that says vote it up. And the host will give preference to those questions that will give higher overall rating for Gabe to address. There is also a chat function on Zoom screen, and you can also use that as well if you want to say hello to fellow people on Zoom, or if you just want to make a comment about what you've just seen or heard. So now that we've got all of the Zoom people welcomed, welcome everyone here in the audience. I appreciate everyone getting up. A little slippery out there this morning. I heard from a few people, so sorry about that. But again, welcome. And just a little bit about what we did is Jared and I have been in our positions for a little over just a year. And last year we heard about a gentleman named Gabe Brown. So we thought, what can we do and how can we do it and where do we start? Well, it started with an email and a call, and it was awesome. So before we begin that, I'm going to actually have, as we do with the sisters, we're going to have a moment of prayer, but I ask everyone to silence themselves and gather themselves. And I'm going to connect over to our Senior Vice President of Avera and of Presentation Sisters, Sister Mary Thomas. Sister?
Thank you, Jamie, and all of you. This is a really an outstanding day, as this is our inaugural event, and so thank you for joining us. And I really, want to greet the people in the room. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, as well as those of you online, and recognizing that we represent probably 5 or 6 countries here today, so that's pretty outstanding in my mind for our first event. And so, yes, our prayer is that we will be of one mind and heart as the sisters pray, and so I would invite you to join me then. Light within all light, soul behind all souls, at the breaking of dawn, at the coming of day, we wait and watch. Your light, O God, within the morning light, your soul within the human soul, your presence beckoning to us from the heart of life. In the dawning of this day, let us know fresh shinings in our soul. In the growing colors of new beginning all around us, let us know the first lights of our heart. Great star of the morning, inner flame of the universe, let us be a color in this new dawning. We make this prayer in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Sister Mary. So we've got our things started. I think people are getting some coffee, got our tummies, get some food in it. So again, we met this and heard about this innovative person that won the Heinz 2021 Innovative Award. And we'd like to introduce Mr. Gabe Brown.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the presentation sisters, the South Dakota Grasslands Coalition, and the South Dakota Soil Health Coalition for allowing me this opportunity to have a discussion with you today. And this is going to be an open discussion about regenerative agriculture and its role in healing society. Jared, if I could please have you turn that so I can see the slides. So a little bit, many of you are aware of who I am and the fact that I've been going down this path for a number of years. And I would have never thought 30 plus years ago when I started farming and ranching that I'd now spend the majority of my time traveling across the world and visiting with people as to the importance of agriculture and what it can do in healing our earth. So with that, I'm going to just share my story and talk to you a little bit about the future, what I see as going to be the future of agriculture. So I always start off by asking a little bit of the audience. So how many in here are farmers and ranchers themselves? Okay, quite a few. How many are agency, game fish and parks, NRCS, etc.? Okay. How many are homeowners in town? All right, we have some of those. Teachers, educators. How many? Very good. Other business professionals. Wow, we have a wide array of people. So I'm going to gear my presentation a little bit then towards farming and ranching and the role that it can play. So I always start off by asking this question. Ooh. Well, it's advancing, but not on there. Let me see. Advancing there, but not on the screen. Okay. So the question I ask is, will your children be able to farm and ranch like we are today? Do we think so? You know, in agriculture, we're challenged every day. All we hear as farmers and ranchers is we have to feed more and more people, so we have to produce more and more, right? That's what we hear over and over again. Well, we're told that it's all about yield in pounds. Let's focus on yield in pounds, and our production model is geared that way also. It's geared to pay us according to yield in pounds. But what has that done? What has that cost? You know, because we're challenged to do that, we're very, very good at producing certain things. This is statistics from last year, United States. We produced over 93 million acres of corn. We produced 87.2 million acres of soybeans, 47.5 million acres of wheat. Jared, it's not changing on the screen there though. So I have to turn and look. Technical difficulties, my laptop crashed, and so I had to run and get a different one. We can make this work, maybe. So, and we produce livestock in confinement. You know, livestock used to be out on the landscape, and now the majority of livestock, obviously cow, calf, bear, still out on the landscape, but we put a lot of the others in confinement for the finishing phase, hogs in confinement, poultry in confinement, etc. This is an aerial view of a feedlot, and I don't want to give people the impression that I'm bashing the current production model and talking negatively about it. I don't mean to pick on any person for the management that they're using, because that's what society is dictating. You know, today society is dictating that we produce food in large quantities and it needs to be cheap, right? Well, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what is occurring ecologically because of that. Now it's not advancing. Okay. The fact of the matter is, due to our production model, we have a loss in biodiversity. And I don't think that anyone here could deny that fact. As we drive around the countryside, it's pretty easy to take notice that we've lost that biodiversity. This is one of the native paddocks on my ranch. My son, for 5 years, taught rangeland management at the local community college. And he brought his students out to the ranch, and in this particular paddock, in a 2-hour time frame, they collected over 140 different species of grasses, forbs, and legumes. Well, what are we doing now? Obviously, I just showed you, we're producing monoculture after monoculture after monoculture. And that's going to have a detrimental effect then on the ecosystem. It's led to the destruction, quite frankly, of our soils. What you see here on the left, that was a forested area. It was 4.3% organic matter. A farmer cleared that forested area, part of it, farmed it monoculture soybeans for 17 years. And that's the soil block on the right is the result of that. You know, I have the good fortune in that I travel extensively. I'm on literally hundreds of farms and ranches all over the world every year. And I tell people, I have never, ever been on a single farm or ranch, including my own, that's not degraded. We're all farming and ranching degraded resources. And if we truly expect our children to farm and ranch, we need to change our production practices. Take a look at those soils under a microscope. Which is going to infiltrate more water? Which is going to have more biology? It's pretty easy to see. Lack of biodiversity also leads to a lack of nutrient cycling. We all know, we learned in biology in junior high school, that the natural nutrient cycle depends on microorganisms to cycle nutrients. Instead, what do? We apply more and more synthetic fertilizers. And I'm not standing here today to bash the use of synthetics. But we have to realize that every single thing we do on our farm or ranch has either positive or negative effects. So we need to think about it before we use those techniques. That increase in fertilizer use spurs the decline of what? Mycorrhizal fungi. Now, as a farmer and rancher, you know, I often don't hear people talking about mycorrhizal fungi, but they play a huge importance, and I'm going to talk about that a little more later on. It also spurs the decline of soil biology, and as I said, soil biology is what drives the natural nutrient cycle. Due to a lack of mycorrhizal fungi and a lack of biology, we're no longer able to build soil aggregates. What does that do to water infiltration? This is a photo I took just outside of Fargo, North Dakota. Rained ½ an inch, and yet look at the water that's sitting. They literally started pumps to pump water off the field after ½ inch of rainfall. What do you see going on up and down the Red River Valley now? Tremendous amount of tile drainage put in, right? Really? We're only in a 25-inch moisture environment, maybe 30 at the most in parts of the valley. There should be absolutely no reason for that. The reason for that is that we've destroyed the aggregation. We're no longer able to infiltrate the water. What effect does that have on societies, right? Think of the dollar amount that's spent to mitigate flooding, the dollar amount that's spent to repair the damage by flooding. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not standing here saying farming and ranching is to blame for all of that, but certainly it's to blame for a part of that. High synthetic fertilizer use aids in the propagation of what? Weeds. Weeds are there because they're trying to heal what we did. High amounts of nitrate, nitrogen in the soil lead to an ever-increasing weed population. So do farmers realize this? Are your farmers out there, are your agronomists letting you know that? That part of the reason you see weeds in your field is because of a buildup of nitrate, nitrogen? Increased weed numbers causes an increased use of what? Well, of course, herbicides. And what do those herbicides do? What effect do they have? Well, many of those herbicides are chelated. In other words, they bind to metals. So, in other words, the minerals that we need for crop production, such as zinc, iron, manganese, many of those are bound then because of the herbicide that we apply. Do we understand this? Do we know this when we apply those herbicides? Okay, those micronutrients then are needed for the plant to ward off diseases and pests. Because the plants cannot ward off diseases and pests, what do we have to do? Spray fungicides, right? Back when I started farming many moons ago, it was rare that anyone would apply a fungicide. Nowadays, let's be honest, the vast majority of crops see fungicide use regularly. Could it be that that's a result of our management? Fungicides are detrimental to what? Soil biology. Every time you spray a fungicide, you're having a negative effect on soil biology, which is negatively affecting then the nutrient cycle and the ability of the soils to perform as they should. Because plants are not healthy enough to ward off pests, we do what? Spray insecticides, of course, and pesticides. You see where this is going? Now, I don't mean to be such a downer in this presentation, but I have to build the case for what's going on in agriculture today. Because we spray pesticides, we have what? A decline in pollinators, of course, all insects. Why do you think there's so much attention being given to the fact that we have a collapse of the honeybee population? Because honeybees today are the major source of pollination for many of our crops. Yet look at what we're doing in agriculture. Is it any wonder that we're seeing this? These pollinators, critical for crop production. The pesticides also cause a decline in predator insects. The very same predators which would consume the pests that we're out there spraying. It's like a hamster on a wheel, right? We're chasing our own tail. Every single thing we do on our farm or ranch has compounding, cascading effects, either positive or negative. My goal here is to get farmers and ranchers to understand that every single thing they do has multiple effects. And we need to think about that before we go do these things. What effect does the current production model have on our resources? Take a look at this. 3 different soil beds. So one of these soil beds is from a farm that has an extremely diverse crop rotation. They grow 11 different cash crops, cover crops in between every cash crop, no livestock integration. Another one of these beds is from a farm that only grows 2 cash crops, no cover crops, no livestock integration. The third bed is from the edge of a field. It's in perennials, maybe grazed by occasional wildlife, but no management to speak of. Which is which? Any guesses? The top bed is from the edge of the field. The middle ped is from the farm with the very diverse crop rotation. The bottom ped is from the farm with very little crops in the rotation. You might say, well, Gabe, that makes sense. But I collected all three of these samples within 100 feet of each other, and they are all the same soil type. You see, management, or as I like to call it, stewardship, or their lack thereof, causes the degradation of our soil. And I can literally travel to any state in the US, any foreign country, and find examples like this over and over and over again. You see, fact of the matter is, us as farmers and ranchers, the decline is so slow, but happening at such a regular clip that we just don't realize the state that our soils are in. Take a look at that field there, okay? Sunflower field, you might say, well, pretty poor production. That is a no-till field. That field has not been tilled in over 10 years. I often speak at conferences and I hear farmers saying, well, I'm a no-tiller. Well, that's good. That's one step. But is it good enough? Because what does that lead to? Let's take a closer look. That's sticking a spade in that soil. Look at the crust that's formed. That crust is there to protect the soil underneath and to protect soil biology. Just like when we cut our skin, a scab forms, nature's trying to protect that soil. How much water is going to infiltrate into that soil? How much soil is going to be lost to wind erosion, water erosion? Let's take a look here. What have we learned in 79 years? The photo on the left, the photo on the right is from the Dust Bowl, 1935. The photo on the left, 2014. Same location in Colorado. What have we learned? What are we accomplishing after nearly 80 years, now 80 years plus? Okay, what do you notice about this photo? It's one glaring thing that stands out. There we go. Who said that? You get a book. Great. Yeah, that's exactly right. Notice the color of that soil. What does that color equate to? Carbon, right? Look at the loss of carbon that's occurred over 80 years. You know, I often, as I'm driving, I see people out tilling the field, and of course, you see the cloud of dust around them. Do you know that the thickness of a sheet of paper is the equivalent of 1 ton of topsoil per acre? Doesn't take much to lose our precious topsoil. Any guesses when this occurred? It occurred just a month ago, central Kansas. Guys, I hate to say it, we're not making headway. As farmers and ranchers, our livelihood depends on our resource. How good a job are we doing? This photo was taken about 7 years ago. I'm standing in my neighbor's ditch. He had went out and seeded his wheat field. We had 3 days in a row of sustained winds in excess of 50 miles per hour. Pointing to the middle wire on a 3-stand barbed wire fence. He lost that much topsoil. That's his wheat crop. He lost 3/4 of an inch, assuming he seeded at about 3/4 of an inch depth of topsoil. Do you know how many tons that is? Now, being the selfish person, I was just glad the wind was out of the east and I live to the west of it. But how sad is that? You know, it'll never be the same. That land of his will never be the same. Yes, we could heal it over time, but not with the practices that he's using. What happens to that soil? Wind erosion, water erosion. I spend more than a little time on airplanes. It's not uncommon to see this. Our rivers do not flow clear anymore. Take a look at that sediment in there. This is a photo, a little bit hard to see, but that's the Fraser Valley of British Columbia just this past fall. What you're seeing is all that soil dumping into the Pacific Ocean. How many tons is that? It's absolutely appalling. When we lose topsoil like that, we're losing the nutrients that go along with it. It's ending up in our watersheds. What does that cause then? Is there a reason that we have the water quality issues? Great Lakes, Gulf of Mexico, estuaries. All of us are familiar with the court case that happened in Iowa where the farmers were being sued because of the nutrients that are ended up in the watershed. Our business gets calls on a weekly basis from communities that want to know what can they do, how can they work with farmers and ranchers to keep the nutrients on the land instead of in the watershed. Why would any farmer or rancher want to spend the money for nutrients and then see it leave their land? We need to hold it on the land. The industrialized, commoditized model is all about killing. I tell people I used to wake up every morning trying to decide what I was going to kill that day. Was it going to be a weed? Was it going to be a pest? Was it going to be a fungal disease? I was going to kill something. That's no way to operate. From a mental health state to an ecological state, we need to do much better than that. Take a look at this data. This is out of Canada, but the same type of data can be had here in the United States. The blue is input costs. The green is profitability, farm and ranch profitability. What business operates this way? You know, farmers and ranchers are very, very good at producing. But to be honest, as a whole, we're very poor business people. No business operates that way. They don't go and produce something and then go try and find a market. Any sane business goes out and determines what is their market for, where's the need, and then can I produce it at a price point where I can make a profit. An increase in percentage of U.S. net farm incomes comes for government subsidies. Any idea how much? This is a sore subject, but those who know me know that it doesn't bother me to talk about uncomfortable subjects, because that's the only way we're going to be able to address them. We're told we have to produce more and more, so we focus on greater yield, greater pounds, but those greater yield in pounds lead to more and more subsidies. The federal farm program is about the most ridiculous thing there is out there. Think about it. As a farmer, you get paid if you produce more and more, but what does that do then to commodity prices? Yes, we see an occasional spike in commodity prices, but how long do they stay around? If you look at the historical average, corn price for the last 40 plus years has hovered right around that $3 to $3.50 a bushel range, right? This is what's happened to farm subsidies. Look at that. Over 40% of net farm income is from farm subsidies. Any idea what it was in Kansas, 2019, the last figures I have? 2020, excuse me. 72%. 72% of net farm income is government subsidies. I'm sorry, they do not have a job. They're welfare recipients, plain and simple. And people can get mad at me for saying that, but it's the truth. And do we really think as an industry, as a business, that that's going to continue? Do we? I don't think so. For one, look at the federal debt. Obviously, it doesn't bother our politicians to spend money, but when we're approaching $29 trillion in debt, what are we doing to our children and grandchildren? Who are we to put that burden on them? Right? Much lower percentage of the U.S. population is farmers. We know that. We're well under 2% now. Foreign countries are phasing out subsidies. Just this past year, I spent quite a bit of time working with the government of the UK. They have designed their subsidies where farmers are going to be paid based on ecological services. So in other words, how much biodiversity do you have on your farm or ranch? Is it increasing or decreasing? How much nutrients are leaving your farm? How much carbon are you putting back into your soils out of the atmosphere? That's how they're going to be paid. Now, I don't agree with everything they wrote into that program, but it's based on ecological services. What if we would start doing that here in the United States? Would that change the landscape a little bit? Of course it would. Change it significantly. Currently, the world's population is about 7.2 billion people. Any idea how much food we're producing? How many people can we feed with the amount of food that we're producing? 2019, we produced enough to feed 10.2 billion people. So as farmers and ranchers, we're told we got to produce more and more to feed the world. Really? No, there's lots of problems with logistics, getting food to the people who need it. But there's no problem with producing enough food. Fact of the matter is, as farmers and ranchers, we better not be thinking that that an ever-increasing population is the cure for low farm prices. It's not going to happen. What is all this production? What has it done for the quality of the food that we're producing? Yes, we're producing more and more, but what about food quality? Let's take a look at that. The nutrient density of our foods, depending specifically on what you're talking about, has decreased anywhere from 15 to 65% in the past 50 years. Take a look at this. Vegetables, 27 kinds of vegetables. Copper declined 76%, calcium 46%, and the list goes on. Every vegetable they tested for declined in nutrients. Okay? Why is that? Take a look at meat. Iron, 54%. Meat's known to be high in iron. Not anymore, right? Fact of the matter is, an individual today would have to consume twice as much meat, 3 times as much fruit, 4 times as many vegetables to get the same amount of minerals and trace elements as compared to 1940. Think about that. Is it any wonder that we have a health crisis in this country and, quite frankly, around the world? The United States spends more on health care than any other country in the world. Yet, unfortunately, look at the facts. We're at the top or near the top in ADD, ADHD, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, autoimmune diseases, cancer, osteoporosis, and the list goes on. It's unacceptable. Now, are farmers and ranchers to blame for all that? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's our sedentary lifestyle and many other things contribute. But don't think for a moment that us as farmers and ranchers are not to blame for some of it. We are. This is Dr. Zach Bush. Dr. Zach Bush realized that the key to nutrient-dense food lies in the health of the soil. Quoting him, "The best way to address this human health crisis is with nutrient-dense food. The only way to produce nutrient-dense food is through healthy soil." I remember when he said that, I thought, finally, the medical community, someone understands that the key to preventative medicine is what we put in our mouths. It has to come through the food. Masanabu said, food and medicine are not two different things. They are the front and back of one body. Chemically grown vegetables may be eaten for food, but they cannot be used for medicine. I don't know if there's any potato growers in the room, but I'm just going to come right out and say it. Do you know how many times the average potato is sprayed with fungicides, pesticides, and chemicals in the United States? About 7. You're close. It's about 11. If you count the fumigation they do to the soil. Okay, can we truly eat that thinking it's healthy? This is Dr. Stephanie Seneff. She is the lead scientist at MIT. I talk to her and it makes my head want to explode. That is one smart lady right there. She wrote this book, Toxic Legacy. Fantastic book. Look her up and see what she's saying. She says we are literally killing future generations by what we are doing to our ecosystems. There is a difference. So if you watch the movie Kiss the Ground, this is the photo. I'll tell you a little side story to that. So Kiss the Ground, the movie, was actually filmed 8 years ago. And they were at my ranch and filmed. And one of the things we did was crack our pastured eggs. I challenged them. They asked me, is there really a difference between pastured eggs and eggs you can buy in a store? And I said, well, I tell you what, tonight when you go back to your hotel, you stop by a grocery store, buy any dozen eggs you want, and bring them out. So they did. So the next day, I let them go out into our egg mobiles, pick out eggs, and then they cracked them open. And that's the difference. Well, the end of the 3 days of filming, they flew back, and I didn't hear from them for 5 years. I thought the movie was just scrapped, whatever. All of a sudden, I get an email from Josh, the producer, and he says, Gabe, we need to come back to your place and film some more. I said, oh, the film's going on? Yeah. He said, we put together clips and ran it by test audiences. The number one most commented segment in the film was that picture of the difference in those eggs. So they flew a film crew from LA to Bismarck, North Dakota, and we spent a whole day cracking eggs. And yes, I did charge them for those eggs, but no, I say that. But there is a difference. And we're doing some exciting work, I think, that will revolutionize the way we produce food. This is Dr. Stefan Van Vliet. Dr. Van Vliet is a doctor who uses that machine there, which is a mass spectrometer. That mass spectrometer can measure the differences in phytonutrients. What Dr. Van Vliet is finding is that grazing livestock on plant species diverse pastures concentrates a wider variety of these phytochemicals into the meat, milk, or eggs. He can identify over 2,500 different phytochemical compounds. Okay? Go into any grocery store and pick up a package of food, and what's on the label? Protein, fat, carbohydrates? Is that what really drives human health? No, what drives human health is what happens in our gut microbiome. Just like there's microorganisms in the soil that transfer nutrients to the plants, the microorganisms in our gut microbiome transfer the nutrients to us. This afternoon, you're going to hear from Roy Thompson. Roy is a farmer right here in South Dakota, who I got to know a number of years ago. And he has a pretty compelling story about how what we're doing on our farm and ranch is directly related to human health. So look forward to hearing that. What we're doing with Dr. Van Vliet now is we're going on farms and ranches that have focused on regenerating their ecosystem. We're testing the food that's grown and raised in and on those soils, and then we're comparing it to neighboring farms and ranches that have not adopted these regenerative practices. What we're seeing is absolutely mind-blowing. It's not just a little difference, it's major difference. The more we focus on soil health and diversity, the more phytochemical richness there is in meat, milk, eggs, vegetables, grains, etc. And next year, this year in June, they're going to start working on our ranch in North Dakota, measuring those differences. I firmly believe that in the near future, farmers and ranchers will no longer sell their products based on yield in pounds. They will sell them based on the phytonutrients that they're able to offer. And that then will truly change society. So on our ranch, we raise grass-fed and grass-finished beef. And just because it's before lunch, I'll put that photo up there. You truly can finish animals on forage here in the northern Great Plains. Those animals will grade choice if we were grading them. But more importantly, look at this. This is some work by Dr. David Montgomery. He has a new book coming out, What Your Food Ate. And in that book, he compared food grown and raised on regenerative soils versus that grown and raised in the conventional model. He found that the grass-fed beef produced on our ranch is higher in omega-3s than 48 of the 56 most commonly consumed fish varieties, including wild salmon. In other words, our grass-finished beef is higher in omega-3s than is wild salmon. It truly is heart healthy. That's why God created things the way he did. He created things to function in a way that provided not only for the health of the ecosystem, but for the health of all in it. Consumers are demanding regenerative, and companies are responding. I'm going to talk to you a bit this afternoon about a program we just announced, which is called Regen Earth Verified, where we will be verifying farms and ranches as to their regenerative practices, and we have companies that are willing to pay premiums for the products grown on those farms and ranches. And yes, the onus, the burden of the cost of this is going to be borne primarily by the companies, because they realize that in order to get a consistent supply of high quality product, they need farmers and ranchers to practice these regenerative principles. This is required reading. That's Dr. Fred Provenza. In his book, Nourishment, you'll have to forgive me, I'm going to read this, but there's one of the most compelling studies to the importance of our soils that I've ever seen. There was a human behavioral study that was done in an orphanage in Canada in the 1930s. It was from children aged 1 to 6. They were offered 4 fruits, 10 vegetables, 5 grains, 6 red meats, 1 white fish, 1 other fish, bone marrow, bone jelly, sea salt, and 4 drinks. And you can imagine back in the 1930s, it was not Coca-Cola and fruit juice that they were eating. It was real juices, milk, etc. Okay? And these foods that they were consuming were not, they were all organically produced, not laden with chemicals. Interestingly enough, they allowed the children to select what they were eating. No 2 children ever selected the same food. No child ever selected the same food each day. Attending pediatricians deemed the children extremely healthy, both mentally and physically. Dr. Joseph Brenneman stated, they were the finest specimens from both a physical and behavioral standpoint that I have ever seen. Yet many scientists do not believe humans have that nutritional wisdom. Dr. Provenza also wrote another book called Shepherding, and it was about how in Spain and Portugal, the shepherds would allow their sheep to graze in such a manner where they were able to select the species. One of the studies we're involved with is testing all of these different plant species. Where do you think the highest concentrations of phytochemicals are often coming from? What we consider weeds. On our ranch, if an animal consumes it, it's not a weed, it's a forage. And to this day, we have not found a single species of plant that our animals will not consume. Animals have the ability to select the diet given enough choices. Yet what are we doing as humans today? Let's be honest, when you walk into a grocery store, 80% of everything in that grocery store has either corn or soybeans in it. Is that much phytochemical diversity? I believe that the ecological crisis we are having is a crisis of character. One cannot have ecological integrity without human integrity. I often get chastised for speaking out like this and just stating the facts. I don't care. We need to hone up to it. We need to understand that we're part of the problem. You know, as I travel, I can't tell you the amount of times people say, but Gabe, you don't understand. I don't have those type of soils. You don't understand. We're too hot, too cold, too wet, too dry. I said, I know what your problem is. Really, what is it? I said, walk in the bathroom and look in the mirror. There's your problem. Plain and simple. Our challenge then is to not only produce food that is high in phytochemicals, but to do it in a way that regenerates our resources. To do this, we must work with nature instead of against her. It's as simple as that. We have to learn to do that. You see, your farm, your ranch, your garden, your society is a direct reflection of you. And I challenge everyone to make a difference. Now, I'm a little bit early here, but are there any questions? Come on, don't be afraid. Yes. Well, you hit home there because that very same pipeline is due to come directly through my ranch also. Yeah, the question was, I'm sorry, I told you I would, and then I didn't. The pipeline, the carbon sequestration pipeline that's coming through, it goes through Iowa, Illinois, into South Dakota, North Dakota to pump carbon back down into coal mines. And I was saying that that same pipeline is supposed to come through my ranch also. So when I found out about that, I called people I know and I said, I've got a novel idea. Rather than doing that, why don't you grow plants? Right? We can sequester all the carbon that's necessary if we change the production model and have a living plant in the soil as long as possible throughout the year. It's absolutely ridiculous. And they want to spend billions and billions of dollars and destroy ecosystems just to do something like that. Other questions? Yes. Can you point to the high usage of fossil fuels? Am I going to address the high use of fossil fuels? Okay, I did not put the data in here, but right now our consulting firm, Understanding Ag, is approaching 30 million acres that we're consulting on, and we're collecting all that data. What we're finding is that between a 3 to 5 years into it, depending on the individual producer, because we firmly believe that in order to have success with adoption, you have to work within the context of that producer. We're seeing a 30 to 50% drop in fossil fuel usage on farms and ranches once they adopt the regenerative practices. And we are collecting that data and quantifying it. Other questions? Yes.
Gabe, you mentioned we had a conversation on the way up here this morning, and I don't want to steal your thunder or anything, but are you aware of a recent study that came out on omega trees and how depleted they are in the distillers' grain?
Well, yeah, and realize one of my business partners, Dr. Alan Williams, is intimately involved in studying that. So I don't know if it's the same exact study, but I'll tell you what Dr. Williams found in his work. is that in a grass-finished program, beef will have an omega-6 to 3 ratio of 3.1 or less. On our own ranch, we're consistently around that 1.3 to 1. Okay? In any grain finished operation, so corn, barley, etc., you're going to have an omega-6 to 3 ratio that'll vary from as low as 6 to 1 to as high as 18 to 1. If you're finishing on distiller's grain, we've recorded it, Dr. Williams did, 55 to 1. It's actually detrimental to human health. Yet, how much distiller's grain is used in livestock rations today? Those of you selling corn to the ethanol plant aren't going to like to hear it, but that news is coming out, and it's not favorable to feeding distillers. It's not only omega-6 to 3s, but it's also animal health, and with the large amount that's going into dairy rations, they're finding severely negative consequences in milk and dairy products also. Other questions? So with that, I know this is just a little bit early, Jamie, but I want to fix this laptop. Yes?
Can everybody hear me, first of all? I wanted to ask one of the questions that came from
Sure.
attendees. The question was this: how can we link the idea of selling for phytonutrients to carbon limits set for farming? For example, that you can grow X number of bushels of grain under X number of tons of carbon with X number of amounts of phytonutrients.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is those correlations have not been made yet, but later in the presentation this morning, I do have some figures on carbon that I can share with you as far as the tons we're able to sequester. And what we're finding in a regenerative model, it's significantly more. Right now, there's a lot of talk about carbon and paying farmers for carbon credit. I will just say this, our firm gets contacted on a very regular basis because of the large number of acreage we're on and that they want our clients to sign up for those programs. It is not in the best interest of our clients to sign any program where a farmer's going to give 30+% of the carbon, the value of that carbon away and have to sign leases. I saw a lease as long as 99 years. Now realize as a farmer or rancher, you're liable for that. If the company that buys those carbon credits comes back and tests your land and you don't have them, you're liable for that. There is no way we would recommend to our clients to sell for such a paltry amount. That would be totally foolish to do so, okay? And we can have a long, long discussion. I'd be happy to, at a break with you, about some methodology and things we're working on to ensure that the farmers, ranchers get paid the appropriate percentages.
Okay, I have one other question that came in. Sister Becky, she says, she wants to know, are you aware of the ecological disaster that General Mills did on
Okay. Yes, I am very, very aware of that because our firm, Understanding Ag, offered to help with the management of that, and we were denied. I'm also aware of that because we have a number of clients in the immediate area. And also, Understanding Ag does work with General Mills on a couple of very large regenerative projects. And so you can bet that we had the conversation with them, and it is absolutely appalling. But I am not going to stand here and bash organic because I think all of our goals should be to use less herbicide, less pesticide, less fungicide. In saying that, though, the tough thing in the organic business is to be organic without the copious amounts of tillage. And when you're in a brittle environment, such as that west of Fort Pierce, South Dakota, you cannot be tilling like that. The environment cannot handle it. You can't get another cover crop growing fast enough to hold that soil in place. So I'm very aware of it. General Mills, they are very aware of it also, and they are taking actions to rectify it. Other questions? Yes. Absolutely. So the question was with the phytonutrients, and are we talking about, was I talking about farmers being paid through farm subsidies for phytonutrients? Absolutely not. What I'm talking about is the food companies themselves would be signing contracts with farmers for a certain level of phytonutrients and then paying them accordingly. Our goal, the only way we're going to heal this mountain of debt that the United States has is to become more fiscally responsible. And we cannot spend money on things. I showed you 80 years of what the failed farm policy really hasn't curbed erosion, right? So we need to move on from that, plain and simple. And realize it's in the farmer's best interest to do so. Work done by Dr. Jonathan Lundgren here at the Ecdysis Foundation shows regenerative farms are 76% higher in profitability. That's just good business for any farmer or rancher. And we're seeing the same thing with our clients. Other questions? Yes, Roy.
Can you share the percentage that the producer gets at the end of the day when he provides a product and is actually paid for it?
The producer's percentage of the final product. Obviously, that's going to be a little higher for products such as meat, much lower for the grains. On average, it's just over 11% if you take all products and aggregate them. 11% of every, just over 11% of every food dollar. You know, it varies a little. It can be up 14, 15%. But that's out of every dollar. That's ridiculous. Farmers and ranchers put their equity on the line every year. They assume all the risk and then capture the smallest reward. That's one of the reasons we formed Regen Earth Verified, is to change that. We need to change that. Other questions? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. So how are we going to get animals out of the feedlots and onto the landscapes? And the answer is they have four legs for a reason. Okay. Now, I say that sarcastically, but we're actually working with two of the largest beef producers to do just that. Instead of putting up this copious amounts of feed, using all the fossil fuels to haul it to the feedlot, let's get the animals out on the landscape. Work by Dr. Alan Williams has shown that we would be able to sequester at the minimum of 3/4 of the United States CO2 emissions annually if we'd put animals out of confinement back on the landscape. So it's a win-win situation for both. How do you do that is simply by education. You know, you don't know what you don't know. I didn't know what I know now when I started down this path. I'm learning every day though, you know, and I tell people Gabe Brown really isn't very smart. I just know a lot of smart people, you know, and I rely on them. And through education and the work of scientists like Dr. Van Vliet, Dr. Provenza, we're going to be able to show that it positively impacts not only the ecosystem, but human health as well.
All right, Gabe, I'm going to ask you to repeat this. I'm going to have another one from Shane Jordan. He said, what was the result of your presentation?
What was the result of my presentation with the House Agricultural Committee? Well, Gabe lost about 5 years of his life and a little bit of hair I had remaining. The main result was one of frustration, because it frustrates me how each side of the aisle, so to speak, they want the same thing, but they're too bullheaded to realize that they need to come together. We have a saying at Understanding Ag and Soil Health Academy: we want to find common ground for common good. We really believe that society can agree on 80+% of the things. Let's work together. Let's find that common ground to work for common good. You know, the left side of the aisle was all about climate change, climate change, climate change, and we got a mandate. Farmers use practices to mitigate climate change. The right side of the aisle was all about we need to increase farm and ranch profitability. Yet they're so stubborn they couldn't come together to understand that regenerative agriculture had the opportunity to do both. Farmers and ranchers, have we been part of the reason for climate change? Yes. None of us can deny that carbon that was once in our soils is now in the atmosphere. However, by adopting regenerative practices, we can take large amounts of that carbon and put it back into the soil where it can cycle, and it is a cycle. So let's come together and work for the common good. But that's not the way Washington, unfortunately, works at this point in time. That's as polite as Gabe can get right there. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is that no matter where I go, no matter where I travel, nature acts the same. Now, the species of plants may be different. The species of crops, livestock that we use are different. But these principles hold true. And there's 6 underlying principles that work anywhere in the world where there's soil. And I tell people, I am not 99% confident that we can use these principles to advance ecosystem health anywhere in the world. I'm 100% confident, because these principles are those created by God for the ecosystem in order that ecosystems function properly. So, principle number 1, no mechanical disturbance. Where in nature do you find mechanical disturbance? You don't. Minimal chemical disturbance. And the reason we put minimal there is plants put out chemical signals all the time. So there is some chemical, but not the copious amounts of chemicals that we use in agriculture today. Diversity. Diversity of plants and animals. Where in nature do you find a monoculture? Only where mankind's action has caused it to occur. Nature cycles water very efficiently. It does this through living plant root networks, through mycorrhizal fungi. We're going to talk about that. Nature cycles nutrients via biology. The other thing is, and I often get, oh, this is something new. No, God created this. This has been around since the creation. We need to be smart enough to allow that to happen. In 1997, I had the good fortune, I heard a rancher from Alberta, Canada speak, Don Campbell. And this saying literally changed my life. He said, if you want to make small changes, change the way you do things. If you want to make major changes, change the way you see things. And at that time, I was just in my 3rd year of natural disasters on our ranch. And I realized that if I was going to continue farming and ranching, I needed to change the way I saw things. So I started paying attention to nature and to what occurred naturally in healthy ecosystems. And then I tried to mimic that. So the first principle is that of context. Nature always acts in context. Now, I tell people I'm a slow learner. For 25 years, I was in the purebred business. I was calving in North Dakota in January and February. Is that in context? No, that's about as far out of context as you can get. I'll never forget when I was telling one of my bull customers that I was going to move to late May and June calving. He told me, he said, Gabe, your troubles will go away. That first year when we made that switch, I come in, I told my wife, I should have to pay somebody to enjoy calving this much. Because, you know, you're out there, it's warm, and the calves are born healthy, and it's not the stress. We need to farm and ranch in context. Now, here we are around Aberdeen. We're in Aberdeen, South Dakota, and I've spent a lot of time in South Dakota. Thank you, Judge and Pete, that I enjoy coming to South Dakota. And what do you see growing around Aberdeen, South Dakota now? You'd have to say the two major crops are corn and beans. What are corn and soybeans? Warm season grasses, right? What's the natural ecosystem comprised of in this area? The little bit of native range you can find left, thanks to the South Dakota Grassland Coalition. Cool season dominant, right? Now there was some warm season component. So because of that, yeah, you could grow corn and soybeans. But by not having a cool season component in there, you're certainly out of context with nature. And what you are finding is a degradation of the soils because of it. Corn and beans are not able to cycle enough solar energy in order to enhance soil function. Just take a look at the amount of organic matter that's been lost in the soils around here. Take a look at the increase in salinity issues, the decrease in water infiltration, out of context. The other part of context is financial context. My financial context today is much, much different than it was immediately following those 4 years of natural disasters. When we go work with new clients, we work within their context. We are in no way going to go tell that producer, oh, you got to go buy a no-till drill. You know, you need to get this piece of equipment. You need to change that. That may not fit their context. You have to work within their context. Everyone has a community context, and that is different for each family. How many family members are involved in the operation? What is the community involved? And last and most important, we have a spiritual context. I honestly believe you cannot farm and ranch without a faith in God, because we work with God's creation every day, and it's up to us to be caretakers of that creation. This context is going to be different for every single farm or ranch. I cannot tell you what your context is. That's up for you to determine. Okay, but you need to work within your context. Second principle, least amount of mechanical and chemical disturbance possible. Many of you have seen me use this photo. This is my father-in-law and his beloved disc. My father-in-law loved to till the soil. Realize that I grew up in the city of Bismarck. I wasn't raised on a farm or ranch. I learned most of what I know from my father. And I remember him telling me, spring of the year, Gabe, now we're tilling the soil just to dry it out. And I could never understand that, because come July, we were praying for rain. It didn't make sense to me. Little more to the story. So when my wife and I purchased the ranch from him and I went no-till, you know, that was really hard on my father-in-law to see his land no-till. And he wasn't a believer for a lot of years, but later on he became to appreciate what I was trying to do. To finish the story, you can guess what I got in his will. I sold that disc within a week, but he thought he was getting the last laugh. Fact of the matter is, you look at that picture there, and I mentioned it earlier this morning. You know, you see the cloud of soil around that disc. I don't think he realized that every time he pulled that disc, he was literally losing a ton plus of topsoil per acre. And it really, you don't notice it because it happens slowly over time, but it does happen. Ray Archuleta said it best when he titled this picture, "This soil is naked, hungry, thirsty, and running a fever." There's nothing protecting that soil from wind erosion, water erosion, evaporation. There's nothing there feeding biology. There's more microorganisms in a teaspoonful of healthy soil than there are people on this planet. Yet how many of us as farmers and ranchers really think about feeding that biology? Yet our paycheck depends on that biology. And I'm going to talk more about this. I showed you these photos early on, but I wanted to put them up there again now that we've had a chance to discuss this a little bit. This is what I see over and over as I travel. I have stood on what is considered the healthiest soil in Australia, and it's subsoil. They've literally lost all their topsoil. Over a meter of topsoil gone. Every continent I've traveled to, I see the same thing over and over. That's why it's imperative that we start to change that. We need to start regenerating our resources. Now I'm gonna spend a little more time on this. Take a look at the differences here under a microscope. When you begin to understand the amount of microorganisms in healthy soil, then you understand that microorganisms live in and on thin films of water in those pore spaces between those soil aggregates. This becomes more important. Take a look over here. How much home is there for biology there? When the municipality goes to build a road, what's the first thing that they do? They disc it, right? And why do they disc that? To collapse the pore spaces so there is not those openings. So if our profitability on our farm and ranch is highly dependent on biology and them having a home, why would we do this? Right? Gardeners absolutely drives me crazy. What do gardeners do? Right? We haven't tilled our garden in approaching 30 years. Why would we do that? The nutrient density in the vegetables and produce from your garden is dependent on the health of that soil. Why would you want to destroy that? Do you not like your children? Think about it, right? This is a slide I took from Dr. Dwayne Beck. Commonality amongst tillage tools. All tillage destroys soil structure. Nobody can argue with that. All tillage reduces water infiltration. Can't argue with that. All tillage reduces organic matter. Every time you till the soil, there's an influx of oxygen, more CO2 is going to be released. Nobody can argue that. All tillage increases weeds over time. Why do weeds occur? Nature's trying to armor the soil, cover it, right? We need to realize that. So that's why, whoops, now it won't advance. And which do I press? Nope. Cindy. Any questions up to this point? Why Cindy is being so kind to come and help us. There we go. Okay. How can I be so sure that these principles work anywhere? All soil is made up of sand, silt, and clay. No matter where I travel all over the world, sand, silt, clay. Those three things. Various proportions. But it's all sand, silt, and clay. Okay? Then what happens? A growing living plant produces root exudates here. You see this is called the rhizosheath. It's the area along the root of a plant. That's where that plant is pumping out root exudates. It's where mycorrhizal fungi form the association with those living roots. It's photos from Dr. Chris Nichols. This is a millet root. That's sand, silt, and clay particles being bound together by glomalin from mycorrhizal fungi and from glues from biology. Okay, this is the start of a soil aggregate. Farmers need to realize a soil aggregate will only last approximately 4 weeks. Then biology consumes that sticky substance. Okay? What happens if you don't have adequate populations of mycorrhizal fungi or biology in your fields? Okay? How many of you have agronomists? And I don't expect you to raise your hand and admit it, but how many of your agronomists are talking to you about enhancing mycorrhizal fungi and microbiology populations in your soils? You need to fire them because they don't have your best interest at heart. Honestly, they're just trying to sell you something. Okay? This is what healthy soil should look like. It should look like dark chocolate cake, full of aggregation. We can literally take soil anywhere in the world and given adequate time, sunlight, moisture, get soil looking like that. And you often hear, but Gabe, you don't understand. I live in the red soils of the Southeast, or I got yellow clays of Ohio. I've stood on regenerative farms that have black topsoil 18 to 20 inches deep because they're using nature's principles for that. Mycorrhizal fungi help build those soil aggregates. And what do those soil aggregates do, though? They allow the infiltration of water, and it's biology, like this water bear videoed here, that lives in the pore spaces between those soil aggregates. Now wrap your mind around what I said earlier. More microorganisms in a teaspoonful of healthy soil than there are people on this planet. Okay? All nutrients flow through biology. Okay? Your paycheck as a farmer or rancher, your health as a consumer depends on this biology. And I hear over and over again, people tell me, Gabe, you know, we have to fertilize. We have to. Right? Now, tell me if your agronomist has taken this soil test. A total nutrient extraction. A total nutrient extraction, think of it as the soil's bank account. It takes into account both the inorganic and organic fraction of nutrients. So here's some data I compiled of our clients at Understanding Ag. We looked at 45 farms in the northern Great Plains. So right here, okay, don't think these were samples from far away from Aberdeen, South Dakota, because they weren't. We tested for all these nutrients. We tested down to 12 inches, that's all. Everything listed here. Anybody want to guess how many pounds of nitrogen per acre on average on those 45 farms? What does your agronomist tell you? Somebody said 100. Your soil test, what is it coming back? What's your agronomist showing you? How many pounds of N do you have? 40. Okay, here's the average, 45 farms, 9,000 pounds. That makes perfect sense to me because above every surface acre of earth, there's 32,000 tons approximately of atmospheric nitrogen. Why any farmer would write a check for nitrogen is just mind-blowing to me. There's 32,000 tons above every acre. All you have to do is be smart enough to have the crop rotation to cycle that out of the atmosphere. And you have to have the healthy biology. There's biology such as azotobacter. You get healthy populations in your soil that can take atmospheric nitrogen and convert it into inorganic forms that a plant can use. See, all your agronomist is telling you is the inorganic fraction. Every one of our clients at Understanding Ag, we do this TNE test to prove to them they have plenty of nutrients. We have literally tested thousands of samples. We haven't found a single one that's deficient in any nutrient. Okay? What about phosphorus? 2,300 pounds. Potassium, 11,000 pounds. You can do the same thing in your garden. I will guarantee you have enough nutrients. Every single micronutrient we tested for, there's plenty. Okay? Now, remember, I said we tested it to 12 inches. How deep do the plant roots go? Depends on the species. But they should be going a lot deeper than 12 inches, right? So how much nutrients are out there? Fact of the matter is there's no deficiencies. So what's going on? We have an availability issue, right? The nutrients are there. It's just not available to the plants. Now, let me be clear. I'm not standing here telling you to quit fertilizing. You do that, you're going to have a wreck, and then you'll be mad at me, okay? I got enough problems sleeping, so don't do that. But how do we make nutrients available? What's the missing link to making those nutrients available? That's exactly right. It's biology. So the key to regenerative agriculture is how do we enhance that? And where does it start? Where does this cycle start? Sunlight, right? We have to capture solar energy. And we do that by following the template. Ray Archuleta said it best when he said, plant and soil are one. It's like the chicken and the egg. You cannot have healthy soil without living plants. Plain and simple. We do this, we're able to change soil anywhere. Take a look at that soil there. It's well aggregated to 48 inches. Look at the pore spaces in it. That's topsoil was once 3 inches deep. Now we got well aggregated soil to 48 inches. It could once infiltrate water back in 1991 at a clip of 1/2 inch per hour. Now it has been scientifically tested using a dual head infiltrometer at 30 inches per hour. Okay? We can change soils rapidly if we use the principle. What does that lead to? A resilient farm and ranch. What does that lead to as far as consumers? A consistent supply of high quality food. Third principle, armor on the soil. That photo there is from one of my native paddocks. I bought that land in 2002. I bought it for 2 reasons. Tremendous amount of diversity there. It was a native ecosystem. The other reason I bought it, with that many rocks, I'd never be tempted to till it. Okay? It's another one of my native paddocks. How much bare soil are you going to see there? That's how God created this. What are we doing in agriculture now? This is Ray Archuleta standing in the Central Valley of California. That's where much of the produce we consume in this nation is grown. How healthy is that produce going to be? What's protecting that soil? Then you end up with this. You end up with a soil crust that's unable to infiltrate water. That's how our deserts are formed, desertification. What are we doing in agriculture today? We remove much of that biomass. If we're not tilling it, I see many, many no-tillers who are going removing all the above ground biomass. We can't do that. We need to keep that soil covered. If you walk out in your fields and you see any bare soil, that's too much. It should be unacceptable. Okay? How many of us as farmers and ranchers or gardeners, horticulturists, think about soil temperatures? We need to pay attention to that. Plants, if the soil temp is 70 degrees, 100% of the moisture in that soil can be used for plant growth. What are we in the business of doing? Farmer or rancher, we got to grow plants, right? Gardener, we got to grow plants. Wouldn't we want to keep soil temperatures optimum? Look at what happens as soil temperatures rise. At 100-degree soil temp, that plant is shutting down. I've been in Manning, Alberta, Canada, which is about as far north in agriculture on the North American continent as you get. And I've recorded soil temperatures over 140 degrees on bare soil. We've been in the Chihuahuan Desert of Mexico and recorded soil temperatures over 170 degrees. Okay? Go take a thermometer and test your soils. You'll be amazed. We start having a negative impact once those temperatures approach 100 degrees. It's not uncommon at all here in South Dakota, North Dakota, to record temperatures over 150 degrees. We need to keep that soil covered. That soil is the home for biology. This is just a picture of me planting corn. That's the type of residue that I want to see on the soil. It's not prone to wind erosion, not prone to water erosion, not prone to evaporation, and it's feeding soil biology. Next principle is that of diversity. Take a look at this photo. That's a spring triticale crop. Looks pretty terrible, right? You're not going to combine that. It'd be hard for a cow to even graze, right? Now look at this picture. Looks a lot healthier, right? Those heads are full of kernels. You might say, oh, but it looks weedy. The amazing thing about this is they're side by side, planted on the same field, the same day. The only difference is one was planted as a monoculture, one was planted as a diverse polyculture. Took place in southeastern Alberta. That's Dr. Yamili in the pink. She was responsible for that study. That's absolutely mind-blowing. I don't know how anyone can look at that and think that monocultures are the way to go. So what's happening? Why is that? Why do we see the increased productivity with diversity? Dr. Chris Nichols explains it this way, and she's talking about mycorrhizal fungi. Not only do the fungi provide for the needs of one plant, but that fungal hyphae pipeline connect to multiple plants, thus supplying the nutritional and energy needs of both the microorganisms and the plants. Nature is much, much more collaborative than she is competitive. We just have to be smart enough to understand that. We have to be smart enough to understand that monocultures are a detriment to soil health. This is some work by Dr. Tillman, University of Minnesota. Plant biomass on the left axis, species diversity on the bottom. Look what happens to plant biomass as we increase the diversity of species in a mix. Okay? Here's plant biomass on the left, functional diversity. What do I mean by functional diversity? Grasses, forbs, legumes, trees, shrubs. Same thing. As we increase functional diversity, we're going to increase plant biomass. And why is that? Well, how many different leaf sizes and shapes do you see in a diverse polyculture? How much sunlight is hitting the soil? One of the things tools that we're working on at Understanding Ag is a leaf area index where we'll be able to measure the amount of photosynthesis, that sunlight that's being intercepted by living plants, and see how much is hitting the soil. Every bit of sunlight, as a farmer and rancher, gardener, you need to collect. You need to run it through a living plant, because that is the energy, that is your profitability. The more diversity of leaf sizes and shapes, the more we're going to increase photosynthetic capacity. In other words, the ability to take that solar energy and convert it into usable compounds for the plants. As we advance soil health, the rate at which plants photosynthesize will increase. So once you reach that point, you're increasing both the capacity and the rate. You're able to cycle more solar energy. So where does it start for farmers and ranchers? The first step is you have to diversify the crop rotation. Corn and soybeans is not a crop rotation. It's a slow death. All you're doing is relying on government subsidies, plain and simple. You're destroying soil health. We need to diversify. This is peas. In our environment, peas are a good fit. Cool season broadleaf. Oats, peas, corn, sunflowers, wheat, barley, oats, the list goes on and on. We're fortunate here in the Northern Plains. We can grow a multitude of different species. We don't do that because of the ridiculous federal farm program. right? We get stuck in that mindset. They're not as profitable crops as you think they are. Polyculture cash crops. I'm going to talk about that just briefly. This is being focused on more and more. You go into Canada and they have experiment stations that are built focusing on polyculture cash crops. They're growing crops such as barley, chickpeas, and flax together. They've got the equipment, you can separate those as fast as you can combine. They're finding 20 to 60% per acre higher net returns going to a polyculture cash crop. Now, am I going to stand here and recommend to you to go to polyculture cash crops immediately? No. You need to just diversify the crop rotation first, get cover crops growing before and after cash crops. Start there, but then down the road, you will gravitate to polyculture cash crops. Here's one we grow on our ranch. We've been doing this for years. Oats, barley, peas, flax, lentils, and faba beans. We seed them all together. We combine them all together. That's a perfect hog and poultry ration right there. Can also be used as a cover crop blend. Simple. A year like this, the driest year ever recorded in Bismarck, my faba beans in this mix didn't do any very good. But the barley, the oats, the flax did well. I still had something to combine. I was the only one in the area who combined a small grain. Fact of the matter is that's how nature works. Much more collaborative than competitive. Does anybody recognize this? You may know the species on the right. That's Kernza, okay? There's a lot of talk about Kernza and that it's going to be the next greatest thing, but I would rather take the species on the left. That's Salish blue. It's a perennial wheat, okay? Which is going to yield more between those two. Dr. Stephen Jones at the Bread Lab in Australia took heritage grains and he's developed this variety he calls Salish blue, and it's really a mixture of a number of different varieties. You can spring or fall seed it, and it is a perennial. The beauty of that is, with that many varieties in the mix, certain years, according to environmental conditions, one may express itself more than another. The other thing about it is it has fantastic baking qualities. If you are gluten intolerant, most people who try Salish blue can have no problem with it. We have 20 acres growing on our ranch now, so I'll be excited to share those results. Vegetables, okay? In a garden, one of the things I see is that people often produce as monocultures. Now, this might look like a field of sweet corn, but what you don't see here is close up, there's corn planted, and then 15 inches off to one side is peas, 15 inches off to the other side is green beans. Legumes, grasses growing together in synergy. I can still harvest the rows as monocultures walking along them, but I get the synergy of the diversity. That's what we need to do. That's how to make gardens more sustainable. Certainly don't till them, okay? This garden that we have there has not received any synthetics, no fungicides, no pesticides, no herbicides in over 30 years. And it's self-sustaining because of the diversity of it. The other thing is we always put flowering species into all of our cover crops and around our garden because we want to provide the home and habitat for both predator and pollinator insects. It's very important to do so. It's that diversity then that drives soil health. We need diversity above and below ground. Fifth principle, living root in the soil as long as possible throughout the year. We've all been out on the prairie spring of the year. You see crocuses coming up through the snow. Plants growing up until the snow gets too deep late fall. So often in the northern plains, what are we doing? We're planting a cash crop, collecting solar energy for less than 100 days, and we expect the soil biology to be fed. You have to have that living root. This is the root tip of a plant pumping those carbon compounds out into the soil to feed biology. Perennials will do this even during the winter. Last year, there's very little snowfall during the winter months. I had green growing grass in February in North Dakota. As we advance soil health, we extend our growing season much longer than we would have ever thought possible. It all begins with photosynthesis. Never, ever pass up the opportunity to collect solar energy. This photo here, I had combined off a cash crop. I immediately went in there with bin run oats, bin run peas, flax, and 2 pounds of daikon radish per acre. I just used bin run because it's a cover crop. It's going to be terminated by winter anyway. But look at the amount of solar energy I'm collecting. Think about it. Do you want to write a check for fertilizer, or do you want to use the natural system? We can get a lot of growth. If we have a later hard frost, we can get a lot of growth on these covers. Cycle a lot of solar energy. And I often hear over and over again, Gabe, we harvest late, it doesn't pay. You get crops up growing 2 to 3 inches, you will be amazed at the difference it makes. Also, it's going to have a significant positive impact on weed pressure the following year. This is just a warm season cover crop mix. So, I laugh at this comic here. The old rancher says to the vet, and then suddenly this morning I noticed she didn't look so good. And that's kind of how it is with our soils. We don't realize, as I've stated several times today, the slow degradation of our soils. But it's happening. So, the best way for us as farmers and ranchers to start healing this, if you have cropland, is through the use of diverse cash crop rotations and cover crops. Now, I often hear people say, I tried a cover crop and it didn't work. Rarely do cover crops not work. Usually it was a failure to plan. I'll give you this as an example. A couple years ago, my phone rings and it's March. Gentleman from South Dakota, as a matter of fact, calls me and says, hey, you're that cover crop guy. And I said, well, I've been called worse, whatever. That's fine. He says, well, I got a bone to pick with you. I tried a cover crop and it didn't work. I said, okay, tell me what happened. Well, I planted winter wheat on a pivot. We harvested that off, baled the straw off. I immediately went in there with radishes and brassicas, seeded it into that field, watered it, got a beautiful catch. It grew up, put the cows on there during the winter, and I said, let me guess. I interrupted him. I said, what you're seeing now is you've got bare soil and your fields are blowing. Yeah, that's exactly right. How'd you know? I said, you planted exactly the wrong cover crop. Think about it. There's always some residual inorganic nitrogen in a wheat field. He removed all the straw, so he took the carbon off of the field, planted brassicas. Brassicas are nitrogen accumulators. They'll scavenge all that inorganic in. Then he grazed off what little biomass there was above ground from the brassicas. What happened spring of the year? The tubers start breaking down. They release that nitrogen. Biology, it's simple math. For every 1 part nitrogen, biology needs 11 parts carbon. That soil needs carbon. That biology consumed that nitrogen. It goes looking for carbon. The rest of his residue is gone. It starts eating the aggregates in the carbon in the soil aggregates. Pretty soon his soil's blown away. Wrong cover crop for that situation. Okay? We have to understand things like this. We have to understand carbon-nitrogen ratios, nutrient cycling. What cash crop did you have in? What one are you going to next year? When do you want those nutrients released? These are all things that we have to understand before we plant a cover crop. Drives me nuts how you can call a cover crop seed dealer and they want to sell you this mix before asking you your resource concern. How do they know that's what you need? If they don't ask you your resource concern when you call them, after your name and location, they need to ask you your resource concern. If they don't, hang up on them. You don't need to do business there. They don't have your best interest at heart. You've got to determine what's your resource concern. What are you trying to do? Do you want to build soil aggregates? Do you need more water? Do you got a salinity issue, a compaction issue? You trying to feed livestock, feed wildlife? What is it you're doing? Then you can determine the cover crop that you're going to seed. Yes? Yeah, why the kink in the radish? Yep, sure. I didn't say that. That's a good question. Obviously, there's a hard pan area. I can tell where that radish was growing, that person had tilled that soil at about a 4-inch depth. That radish goes down till it hits that, and then the root goes sideways until it can find a path. Which I might as well bring it up here. People often ask me, well, I got a compaction issue. I'll seed radishes. No. You ever buy drill bits lately? What's on the end of that drill bit? There's a little pilot bit, right? You need to seed grasses first. The fine roots from grasses will penetrate a hard pan quicker and better than any taproot. Then you come with the taproots later, right? If you have clay soils, heavy clay soils, and water infiltration's an issue, it's always fibrous grass roots first. So we need to understand crop types, and I'm not going to get into this real deep, but cool season grasses. There's many of them. I just listed a few there. As I said, we're fortunate here in the Northern Plains. We can grow a wide variety of cool season grasses. So if you're stuck in a corn soybean rotation, which that's just mental, okay, you can get out of it, you need to diversify. You need to diversify with some cool season grasses to help build soil aggregates. Okay? Warm season grasses. We can grow some warm season grasses. Now, if you have corn in your crop rotation, I wouldn't put too many more warm season grasses in there. Now, if you have livestock, then I would certainly put some warm season sorghum, sudan, pearl millet. Fantastic for advancing soil health and building soil aggregates. Cool season broadleaves. There's a lot of them. Kale, collards work fantastic in our environment. Okay? They grow very well, and you can extend the growing season. We can grow kale in our environment up till Thanksgiving, unless the snow gets too deep. So take advantage of that. Warm season broadleaves. Buckwheat. I put buckwheat in a lot of the mixes that I have because buckwheat will attract biology to cycle phosphorus. And it also obviously is a great pollinator attractant. So we put that in the mix. Sunflowers, they can easily be in the crop rotation. Sunflower prices have come back pretty strong. Cool season legumes. Hairy vetch, crimson clover, winter pea. And I know there's certain scientists out there that say, don't plant hairy vetch, it'll kill all your livestock. Okay, winter wheat will kill livestock too. Are we still planting winter wheat? I can honestly say I have grazed well over 10,000, well, tens of thousands of head on hairy vetch. I personally have never lost any. I've heard of one person who lost 2 head on it. So if your tolerance to risk is that small, so be it. Don't plant it. Warm season legumes, cowpeas, soybeans, sun hemp, chickpea, mung bean. Obviously, if you have soybeans in the crop rotation, I would not put many of these in your cover crop mixes. But if you don't grow soybeans, you can certainly put some in. This is a mix that I use. Now realize I'm asking you not to copy this because just because it works on Gabe's ranch, it may or may not address your resource concerns. I simply put this in here though to show you that every species in here has a purpose. Up top here, you have your grasses. Very fibrous root systems. Sorghum Sudan grass, if you graze that while it's actively growing and have adequate moisture and time, you're going to triple root biomass. Okay? 2/3 of your organic matter increase will come from dying, decaying roots. Okay? So if you want to increase organic matter levels in your soil, why would not put that in? There I have some clovers, some legumes. For nitrogen fixation, exactly. But you got to be careful. Go out into a native prairie ecosystem. You know, I like to go out to the national grasslands there west of Fort Pierre. Walk through those. How many legumes do you find in those ecosystems? What percentage do you think? And it'll vary. 8%, Roy said. He's good. 5 to 10% is about it. What are we doing in agriculture today? You're in a corn bean rotation, you're 50%. What happens? You know, soybean prices were higher than corn here. We had people who wanted to plant soybeans on soybeans. What happens? Soybeans on soybeans. You're putting all that nitrogen into your soil. What happens to your soil? Remember? 1 part nitrogen, 11 parts carbon. You're collapsing your soil structure. You're lowering your water infiltration. We've seen water infiltration destroyed in just 2 years, soybeans on soybeans. Go into a monoculture alfalfa field and try and infiltrate water after 3 and 4 years. The irrigators drives them nuts. They got to put on more and more water. Why? It's simple, carbon-nitrogen ratio. They needed to have grasses in the mix. They can't cycle enough carbon and they're destroying their soils. These species, these broadleaves are in there. Sunflowers, deep taproot. Safflower. Why would I put safflower in the mix? Flowering plant. Livestock don't like safflower. Why would I put it in there? That's exactly why. 1/3 of our moisture comes from snow. I want something to remain in standing to catch snow. Buckwheat, cyclophosphorus, flax, highly mycorrhizal. Great for pollinators. Turnip and radish are there to scavenge the nitrogen that the legumes make and release it the following year. Phacelia is in there because it has a tremendous fibrous root system and it attracts pollinators. Plantain is in there because it's a natural wormer. It's a natural anthelminthic. Your livestock, we haven't used wormer on our livestock in approaching 15 years now, not quite 15 years. No reason. You give them the diversity, they're going to worm themselves. But you got to provide them with the things. Here's what that seed mix looks like. I was out in California and they had that on the center of the table. I think they expected us to eat it. And all I could think of was, man, I could sell them bags of that stuff. But what do you notice about this photo? Pardon me? Colorful, yep. Different seed sizes, diversity, that's correct. There's something else I'm looking for. No treatment, exactly. Why is that important? How many have heard of rhizophagy? Dr. James White at Rutgers discovered what's really happening, how the interaction between biology and plants is. Plants, this is the root tip of a plant. Biology, the plant sends out those carbon compounds that I showed you the picture of to attract biology. But what Dr. White and his team discovered is the biology actually enters into the root tip of a plant. And then through a reactive oxygen process, the plant strips the nutrients out of the biology. So the plants are actually farming the biology. Do you see why this is becoming more important for us farmers and ranchers to pay attention to biology? Then what happens after that plant has got the nutrients from that biology, it expels that biology out of the root hairs of a plant. And this is a picture of that. That's a root hair of a plant. This is all biology being expelled back out to go gather more nutrients. And we think plants are an inanimate object just growing. That they don't communicate? Yeah, they do. Now, what's more mind-blowing than that, even to me, is Dr. White discovered that during the reproductive phase of a plant, that plant has the ability to move that genetic material from that biology up onto the seed, so that biology is on the seed of the plant. So when that seed goes into the soil, lands in the soil, germinates, the biology is there to start that process all over again. The minute I heard Dr. White present that, I'm going, of course, God would create it that way, right? It just makes perfect sense. Yet what are we doing? We put seed treatment on the seed. How absolutely foolish is that? The hubris of mankind to think that we know better. That's why the question was asked to me before we started this morning is, where do you source your seed? The vast majority of the seed I grow on our ranch, we've been saving for 20 plus years. Now, I do buy species like collards and kale that I'm not able to grow or don't want to grow on my ranch. But as much as possible, I save my own seed. I've got winter triticale, cereal rye, hairy vetch seed that's well over 25 years. And why am I saving my own? It's because of this. Now, I got to be honest. I had no idea about this, so I can't give myself that much credit. But it just makes sense. I saved it because I was cheap. I didn't want to go buy seed. But think about it, people. Okay, that corn seed you're growing, where was it grown? How about the soybeans? Where was that grown? Is it treated? Ridiculous. We're trying to impose our will on nature. We need to optimize solar energy collection. Why? So we can feed life below the soil. As is above ground, so is below. The more diverse we get our species in growing above ground, we're going to have diversity below ground. I will not allow this on my ranch, but if anyone will allow a soils pit to be dug in a diverse cover crop, you really can see a lot of interesting things there. There's fibrous roots, there's tap roots, deep, shallow, medium. We want to address all areas of the soil profile. I'm going to stop a second here just to talk about carbon because that question was asked. What do you see going on with the carbon programs that are in play right now? They are either using satellite imagery to just tell what practice you're doing, and they're extrapolating from that a minute amount of carbon, that you're really probably putting back into the soil. But what if you're a producer who is growing very deep-rooted crops? What if you're a producer that is growing these polycultures? So we spent $170,000 to test carbon down to 4 feet on 600 acres at my ranch. Took 3 years' time, team of scientists coming out for 3 years. At the end of 3 years and all that money, what did we determine? It's inaccurate, it's incomplete, because I'm storing carbon much deeper than 4 feet. Okay? I want to be paid for that if I so decide to sell it, right? That's just a major problem with these carbon programs. All begins with photosynthesis. You gotta take that solar energy, move it down through the roots. This is on a native prairie ecosystem. Look at the different root types. Okay, look at this. This is an intermediate wheatgrass plant. There's the soil surface right there. Look at those roots there. It's at the Land Institute. Do you think there's a reason that the northern plains had such great topsoil thickness? It's because of this. It's because of the interaction of plants and biology. 2020 and 2021, very dry years. This is how farms can become resilient. This is work by Dr. Mark Liebig and Hal Weiser. Inches of water stored per foot of the soil profile. So here you have sand, silts, clays. You pick out what you have on your farm. This is percent soil organic matter. So when my wife and I bought the farm from her parents, we were less than 2% organic matter. We have silt loam soils, which means I could store less than 2 inches per foot of the soil profile. Today, we're from 5.9 to 7.9%. I'm down here somewhere. I can easily store 30 inches of moisture in our soil profile. Never, ever has Bismarck, North Dakota received 30 inches of moisture in a year. Every raindrop that falls on our ranch, unless it falls on a road, we're going to infiltrate, and then, due to the organic matter, the carbon in the soil, we're going to store that. This is how come I could combine cash crops, small grains this year when none of my neighbors could. This is how come we just finished our 6th year of well below normal precip, the last 2 years being the 2 driest ever recorded, and we haven't had to liquidate any livestock numbers yet. Okay? You make yourself resilient. I got to tell you a funny story, and I don't care that it's being recorded. I'm going to say it anyway. So, back during the 2011-2012 drought, afterwards, I had a conversation with a certain state agricultural commissioner. And I said, you know, we really need to get out and educate farmers and ranchers that they hold the key to their farm or ranch being resilient. Okay? And they need to adopt these practices in order that they can be resilient through the next drought. And that ag commissioner looks at me and says, but Gabe, you know, we can't kick them when they're done. There's plenty of time for that. Just this July, I was out seeding a cover crop. Happened to have the radio on. And a certain ag commissioner comes on the radio, was being interviewed, and said, well, nobody would be out planting a cover crop now. It's too dry. And I thought, oh, well, you don't want to know what I thought. But the fact of the matter is we need to look in a mirror, and we need to understand it's up to us. Nobody else is going to make our farm or ranch more resilient. It's up to us to do so. We can continue with cover crops, and there's reams of data out there and very good information. NRCS has a lot of it. There's some ARS stations that have done fantastic work on cover crops, species to use for weed suppression. I'm not going to stand here and tell you I do not have weeds on our ranch, okay? But as I said this morning, if our animals consume it, it's not a weed, it's a forage, okay? But they are not near, I don't think of them as a problem or an issue. When you understand what they're trying to do, weeds are trying to tell you something. There's whole books wrote about it, weeds and what they tell us. Last year, do you want to know my chemical bill on our 6,000 acre ranch? 6,000 acres, $19.95. It was simply my wife was upset because there was a spot of Canada thistle growing by the mailbox, and I couldn't get the sheep there to graze it. So I just bit the bullet and bought that little bit. Bothers me to this day, you know. When she wants to go out to eat, I tell her, can't. I don't have that $19.95. I'm kidding. To track beneficial insects, Dr. Jonathan Lundgren, you guys have a fantastic resource with Dr. Lundgren and his team at Ecological, taught me the importance of beneficial insect. For every insect species that's a pest, there's 1,700 that are beneficial. Yet what do we do in farming and ranching today? We spend all our time and effort trying to kill that pest. Why not provide home and habitat to the beneficials? I threw in some cover crop mixes just to give you some ideas. Again, these may or may not address your resource concerns, but these are just some different mixes that I've used on our ranch. This is a cool season mix early in the year. Then we have a warm season mix a little later in the season. Okay, that slide shouldn't have been in there. Take a look at this slide here. Well, no, it should have been. I know why I put it in there now. Because I hear over and over again people thinking they have to fertilize. I showed you the amount of nutrients that are in the soil. This is what happens if you're over applying nutrients, and I guarantee you, all the clients we work with, 95% of them are over applying nutrients. I guarantee you, if I look at the proper soil tests on your farms and ranches, the vast majority of you are over applying nutrients. And this is what happens. The northern plains and into the prairie provinces of Canada, we're seeing tens of thousands of acres succumb to salinity issues. And that's all because we're over applying, lack of diversity in the crop rotation, improper carbon to nitrogen ratios. Take a look at this photo there. Okay, this is just a county road here. Why don't we see that on this side of the road? Now, if you look closely, you can see here that these were once wet areas. This farmer started practicing regenerative agriculture, appropriate nutrient application, the integration of livestock cover crops. Which side do you want to farm? We have a bunch of clients now who are coming to us because of issues like this. And they're saying, help me. I can't farm my acres anymore. Well, we help you, but it's through education. That was about 5 years. Yeah, how many years was that guy? Did the gentleman on this side change practices? It was about 5 years. Yep. I see I had a glitch in my program here. I just got to speed ahead through this. Okay. The sixth principle, animal, and I add insects too there. Technically, insects are an animal, but integration. We need to pay attention to this. We need to focus on this. And I hear many, many people say, oh, but I don't want livestock. Nobody's forcing you to have livestock if it doesn't meet your context. But you can't tell me that in your community there isn't a young person who would like to have the opportunity to run some livestock on your land. It'd benefit your soils, and it'd help that young person get started. Need to pay attention to insects, as I said. This is just, there's a native pollinator on Phacelia. Here's life cycle of a ladybug. You see the different stages of a ladybug. How many of us pay attention to insects and their importance? And as I mentioned, there's no reason to have outbreaks of pest insects if you have the home and habitat for those predator insects. Bees. Why wouldn't we want to take advantage of that? This is one of my son's most lucrative businesses right now. He formed an agreement with the local apiary. They bring the bees on. They've found a 20% increase in the honey on hives placed on our land compared to any of their other hives because we have the flowering species. Paul has a contract with them that he has first right to any of the honey out of those hives. They sell it to him wholesale, bottle it, just mark it up. There, you can support a family. Grass finished beef, as I said, we do a lot of our grass finishing on cover crops. Works fantastic. 2 years ago, we finished 104 head on cover crops, 4.05 pounds a day gain on those warm season covers. That'll rival the gain on any feedlot, and I'll do it a lot cheaper and produce a healthier product. The other thing we can do with covers is we can really extend the grazing season. Here we have a group grazing a diverse cover crop mix in early November. There's later December, not much snow that year. Here's into February. What's the most expensive thing in a cow-calf operation? It's feeding that cow through the winter. Cows have 4 legs for a reason. We don't have to provide them with a bed and breakfast. I tell people, if you really think your cattle want to stand in the corral, go open the gate. See where they stay. Okay? We have a flock of ewes and raise grass-finished lamb. We farrow sows and have pastured pork. I would have never thought, if you would have told me 15 years ago, that chickens would be an integral part of our operation, but they are. And I tell you what, people really enjoy coming out, bringing their children, seeing the laying hens. We have 1,400 laying hens approximately out on pasture. I say approximately because who's going to count that many chickens? You know? Sometimes coyotes, hawks get a chicken. It's a chicken. They're cycling nutrients. But we run guard dogs with our chickens. They live right with them year round. Works fantastic. And as I said, there's really a difference in nutrient density. Regenerative agriculture has the ability to increase farm and ranch profitability. We are compiling the data that is proving that out. I told you about Dr. Lundgren and his work. And any of you who would like to see this type of data collected on your farm or ranch, Dr. Lundgren has a 1,000 Farms initiative. It's the largest biodiversity study ever taken place in the world. Go online and you can sign up for it. You're able to hold the nutrients on your farm. It's a known fact that only 40% at best of nutrients applied in any given year are used by the plants that year. If you're not growing a cover crop to convert those inorganic nutrients into organic and keep on your land, you're going to lose them. So think of that next time your agronomist comes to sell you fertilizer. Only give them 40% of the check once. Tell them that's all that's going to work for me this year. See what they say. Why wouldn't you want to keep those on your own farm or ranch instead of in the watershed? You're going to increase your resiliency. You're going to improve water quality. You're going to enhance the water cycle. We're going to move carbon out of the atmosphere and put it into the soil. We're going to increase the phytonutrient compounds in food. Now, I don't want you sitting out there think, oh, there's no way, I'm not going to get pigs, chickens. Don't then. I'm not telling you that you have to. That's what works for us on our ranch. Your context is different. We have many clients who, they grow corn and soybeans, but now they've diversified. They're growing wheat, they're growing oats, they're growing cover crops between every cash crop. They have significantly increased their profitability by decreasing their input costs. Will their soils ever get to the level that it could if they could integrate livestock? No, but it's significantly better than it was. This is our cash flow statement on our ranch. I start with carbon, cash crop, cover crops, perennials. Those are our cash enterprises. Everything below the dollar sign is how we convert that to cash. And I tell people, I am not embarrassed to make money. But look at all the services we're providing for that also. Clean air, clean water, carbon sequestration. Left side of the picture is my soils. Right side of the picture is just across the fence, the neighbors. And that's 10 plus years no-till of his. Think there's a difference in carbon? Think there's a difference in water infiltration? Difference in biology? Major difference. When we bought the ranch, 1991, we had 3 inches of topsoil. I went no-till. We started to diversify the cash crops. We started to integrate cover crops. Then I went to multi-species and extended it. Then we went and really started integrating the livestock with grass finishers on that. And now today we've moved organic matter levels from less than 2 to as high as 7.9. And we're producing food much, much higher in nutrient density. We are now profitable on our ranch every year, regardless of commodity prices. I remember in 1999, I took a load of oats to the elevator. They offered me 99 cents a bushel. I begged for that extra penny. They wouldn't give it to me. I come home and I told my wife, I'm done with it. I'm not going to go through all that work, sell things and not be in control of the price. Go to Walmart, go to Target. Are they in control of their prices? You bet. Do they have a markup? You bet. Why don't we as farmers and ranchers? If you're producing a healthy product, you should be paid for that. I'm proud to say now we do not take any government subsidies of any kind. No crop insurance, EQIP, CSP, or any other government program. I want to make it perfectly clear, I did use those programs for years, but I came to the realization I no longer needed them. So why should the taxpayer have to fund my business? They're not funding Ma and Pa's restaurant down on Main Street. Why should they fund mine? Okay, I talked about that. So fact of the matter is, yes, we can feed the world. I'm going to feed the world much quicker than the conventional model because the conventional model is strictly producing monocultures. We're producing not only grain, we're doing vegetables, all the pastured proteins, honey, etc. I'll produce way more calories of nutrient-dense food per acre than a monoculture system. And that food is much, much more nutrient-dense, and we can do it while we regenerate the resources. And that is absolutely key. And if we do that, we're going to heal not only farms, we're going to heal families. Unfortunately, farming and ranching has one of the highest suicide rates of any occupation, and it's due to financial stress. There's no need for that when you move down the regenerative path. And then along with that, we're going to heal communities. We're going to be able to save them from floods, from poor drinking water, and the human health crisis that's occurring. If you want more information, you can go on our Understanding Ag website. We give free webinars every month. You can look at all of our back webinars are logged on there. Look at them, watch them, view them. We also put on Soil Health Academies, 3-day intensive trainings. The bottom logo there is our Regen Earth Verified, which is our new verification program, where we'll be able to do the baseline work on farms and ranches, which will allow you the opportunity to capitalize, if you so choose, on any of the carbon markets or other ecosystem services markets. Plus, we are working with companies in order to move their supply chains down the regenerative path, where they will be offering premiums and contracts with farmers and ranchers that are farming and ranching regeneratively. What it comes down to is what we term, as I talked about, common ground for common good. We firmly believe we all need to come together as a society for the betterment of all. The reason you as farmers and ranchers need to move down this path is obvious. It's for your and your family's best financial incentives, financial stake, and for the health of society. But we have to start thinking about the next generation. What's that going to be like? What are we leaving for them? So with that, I think I'm a bit early. We can take some questions now. Questions? I covered an awful lot. You sure can. So you can look, you bet. Yes. Yep. Yep, the polyculture cash crops. How do we do that? We seed them all at the same. Should I wait and rephrase it? Are you ready? Okay. So polyculture cash crops. I seed them at the same time. I have a seeding rate that's based off of what I want to see in the final mix, approximately. Realize it'll never be exactly right. And we always hear about this balanced, quote unquote, balanced rations for the livestock. Well, I have yet to have a pig or chicken complain, so I'm not so worried about that balanced ration. So we seed them all together, and then obviously there's no herbicide. We're not going to use herbicide anyway on that. And most years we will swath that and then pick it up because think of it as obviously barley matures first in that mix, followed by the peas and oats. Flax will be the last thing in the mix to mature. So by swathing it, we can get it dried enough. Then it's simply a matter of picking it up. And these combines, this equipment today, it's very easily. I am not separating that out, as I said. If I was to separate that out, I would have to go with just either oats or barley, because you're not going to separate those two. You can certainly separate flax, peas, and barley together. Those are easily separated. Other questions? Yes. Am I using any glyphosate at all? No, I do not use glyphosate. About 8 years. Yeah, the reason I went away from glyphosate is simply from a human health standpoint. It's a chelator. I saw what it and read the work of what it's doing in the soils, how it's chelating those nutrients. And I think that's one of the reasons. Look, I'm not saying I don't have fungal diseases, because that would be inaccurate, but it's never reached a damaging economical threshold where I've had to spray a fungicide. And I think part of the reason for that is the micronutrients in my soil are going to cycle to the plants naturally, not being tied up by one of these herbicides that's a chelator. Now, the question is, am I using a crimper to terminate my cover crops? And the answer is, I had a roller crimper made back, it was probably in 2008, and I tried it for 5 years. By the time I could get cereal rye to anthesis in the spring where it would be terminated by rolling, the earliest was the 12th of June, which is too late for most cash crops. So I sold it. Now what I do is I simply have a cover crop growing the year before that's terminated by winter. We then typically graze that cover crop with livestock. Between that and the snow, it's laid down on the ground, and then that's what I seed into. Again, it's context. It's what works in your environment. And if you don't have livestock, then you're going to, use a cover crop such as oats or barley, depending on your crop rotation, and that will be terminated by winter. Use winter to your advantage in the northern plains. Other questions?
I have a question online, Gabe. Could you speak about how you started stacking enterprises on your ranch and marketing challenges living in rural North Dakota? And then the second part of that is, do you have any advice to producers on how to get started with building the enterprises on here?
So the question was stacking enterprises. How and where do we start? I will never forget the conversation I had with my son. He was attending NDSU, and we were talking late one night, and he says, Dad, you preach to everybody about diversity, but all you have is beef cattle. He said, I'm going to have chickens and hogs and maybe some sheep. What could I say? I said, go for it, son. So I give all the credit to the stacked enterprises to our son, Paul. He started the first year in 2010 after he graduated with laying hens, and he started selling hot eggs, quite frankly. He was not inspected, and he was selling them out of the back of his pickup at the Kmart parking lot. And I could never understand why he was so excited to go to Kmart every Wednesday until one day I insisted on going with him. And here he pulls up in his pickup with all these eggs. Then there's about 10 vehicles with young single girls that pulled up and bought eggs from him. And I'm going, oh, well played, son. I get it. Well played. But the fact of the matter is that's how he started. Now, it quickly grew, and they were asking him, can they buy beef? What other products does he have? Well, at the same time then, he started working with a group to build a processing facility. And I will tell you right now, I would ask you to think twice before you go down that path, because it is not easy. It's economies of scale. You have to be able to make that really profitable. You have to be able to harvest a semi-load a day in order to make it really profitable. So he started selling the eggs and then started selling grass-finished beef. He was very fortunate. One of his early acquaintances was 7 Sons out of Roanoke, Indiana. They have developed a program called GrazeCart, which is the software to sell over the internet. And the beauty of that is, I don't care where you live, how remote you are, you can use that software and sell products if you so chose. Now, I want to just make this point perfectly clear. The direct marketing, you've got to have the right demeanor and want to do something like that. But that doesn't mean those of you who want to, say, for instance, strictly grow cash grains, my whole point is, what's been my most profitable crop? And I could show you, I don't have it in this presentation, but the profit and loss from my crops from 2008 on, because that's when I quit using synthetic fertilizer. My most profitable crop year in, year out, hands down by a long ways, is my winter triticale, cereal rye, hairy vetch. Our average net profit's been $978 an acre on that crop with zero subsidies because nobody else is growing it. Why do I want to grow corn or beans? Everybody's growing that. I want to grow something I can make money at, right? I grow oats. That's been very profitable for us year in and year out because not a lot of people are growing seed oats anymore. You've got to do what other people don't want to do.
I have a question. On that picture you showed of the dirt, the soil, yours and your neighbors.
Mhm.
Is that a current picture? And if your neighbor is seeing the difference,
Mhm.
why, if he hasn't already, why
Mhm.
is he not choosing to maybe try this?
Yeah, is that picture current? That's about a year old. So pretty current. And I say it this way, back in 1993, I went 100% no-till. I believe I was the first 100% no-tiller in Burleigh County, which is about 1 million acres, 700,000 of it is cropland. Now a full 75 to 80% of the producers are no-tilling. That has been adopted. You know, that neighbor there, all he grew for 20 plus years was spring wheat and flax. That's all he cared to grow. And I'll never forget one year, he asked me if I wanted his flax straw because he would just burns it off every year. Well, I said, sure, I'll come bale it, use it as for some windbreak. And he was saying to me, he says, boy, Gabe, I noticed your wheat crop looked pretty decent. What did it do? And I said, oh, it yielded 68 bushels an acre, which isn't that great, but at that time it was okay. And he said, really, what variety is it? Well, right away, see, his mind was on it, must be the variety. And I said, oh, that's just some old wheat I've had laying in the bin for 20 years. I wasn't going to tell him that it is because he wouldn't get it then. You know, the fact of the matter is, there's an old saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Okay, I have literally thousands of people come up our driveway every year to learn things. He's come up my driveway once in the past 35 years. He got stuck and didn't have a cell phone and he had to walk up the driveway and ask if I could call his wife. You can only help people who want to be helped. Yep. Yes.
How much help do you have on your farm and are you hiring?
How much help do we have and are we hiring? So for 25 years, we ran an internship program where we'd get 1, 2, the most we ever had was 6 interns at a time during the summer months. Interns are God's way of teaching Gabe patience, you know. We unfortunately had to stop that program a few years ago because I am traveling so much now in retirement that interns are a lot of work. We love them, enjoyed them, and it was a good program. But my son runs the 6,000 acre ranch and the marketing of all the products. And it's him, his girlfriend works for him full time, and one part-time hired man. And then his mother cleans 1,000 eggs every morning and does the bookwork. That's it. There's nobody else hired. But look at all the things he doesn't have to do. He doesn't go buy fertilizer. He doesn't spray chemical. We don't work the cattle, give vaccinations or pour-ons or any of that. There's all these other things that he doesn't have to do that allows him the time to focus on direct marketing. And I would say a full 50% plus of his time is the marketing of the products. Yeah. The ranching, farming itself, you know, that really isn't that difficult and not time consuming, really. Sir.
What percentage of your calves go through grass finishing yard?
Yep.
Not all of them, where else do they go?
Yeah, he runs about, the question was, what percentage of the calf crop is grass finished? And he'll have between 250 and 300 cows per year. Herd fluctuates just a little bit. And of those, 150 head are approximately grass finished. There's another, 20 to 40 that are kept as replacements. And then a small group of steers is usually sold in the spring of the year. We calve in May and June, leave the calves on the cows all winter. And then those steers, they're just worth so much money in the spring. Everybody wants grass cattle and nobody else has them, but he can sell a semi-load or so. So he'll sell some of them. Especially in years, we've been really dry. Those are the first things that go, Other questions? Yes.
In the spring, are you concerned about livestock during the thaw action or?
In the spring, am I concerned about livestock compaction on cropland? Realize in any environment, there's places that, you've got livestock, they got to be somewhere. But we have over 3,000 acres of perennial grassland. They're going to be out on there during the spring of the year. What we do is, and I didn't have time to get into our whole grazing regime and program, we only graze a paddock about one day every 12 to 15 months. And then some of those paddocks are deferred a whole year. They're the first ones we'll turn out on the next spring. Because yes, the grass is young and actively growing, but we have that forage from the previous year there to balance the diet, to give those calves some protection. So that's where they go in the spring. They are not on cropland that time of year. Yes. Yep, so calving in May, when do we wean? We start calving about the 15th of May, finish by the end of June, and typically the calves are left on the cow until such a time where they can go out in those pastures that were not grazed the previous year. They're fence lined, weaned, and they go right out on grass. Now, I will say this year he did wean already, simply because as dry as it's been, we grazed the pastures a little more than we would have liked, and we're feeding more hay than we'd like. Last year, we only fed hay 19 days to about 800 head of beef animals. So, yes. Yeah. How often do we rotate the cows on cover crops? Cows are not on cover crops except during the dead of winter if there's a forage there. Otherwise, our cows are on perennial pastures all the time, and they're moved daily during the growing season and about once every 3 days to a week during the winter, depending on the size of the paddock. But all those animals are moved pretty much daily during the growing season. Yes?
You said you were feeding hay. Were you bale grazing or were you actually feeding the hay to them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question is, how do we feed our hay? Typically, most winters, the hay is fed where it is put up, so out on the hay fields as bale grazing. We give them access to about a week's worth at a time, and then just the portable posts are put in October when we can still put them in the ground, and we just string the poly wire about once a week. This year, because hay is tight, we are feeding every 2 days. That's the first time we've had to do that in 15 plus years. So here's what it is, context. Other questions? Getting close to lunch. Roy.
Could you speak to the competition in a cash crop, polyculture versus monoculture? I've heard it said monocultures are the greatest amount of competition with each other. And the polyculture, we have so many different plants. Why are they so much less competitive?
The difference between competition in a monoculture versus a diverse polyculture comes back, remember the slides I had on root types, rooting depths, and then think about mycorrhizal fungi. You can have a single fungi that can easily, in a healthy system, cover an entire field, which means a nutrient on one end of the field can easily be transported to a plant at the far end of the field. If you have that diversity of the mix, healthy mycorrhizal fungi populations, those plants all go into a self-preservation mode where what they're doing is they're working for the betterment of all. They're working like a community. Yeah, I think we should take some fungi down to Washington, D.C. and see if we can get them to understand that, But you just don't see it. Plants are much more collaborative. than they are competitive. There's some really good YouTube videos out there. A scientist, University of Missouri, where he took aphids and released them in one corner of a soybean field. And within 15 minutes, plants on the far end of that soybean field were emitting chemical signals to attract predator insects to come consume those aphids. Yet what do we think of as farmers? No, we'll just go spray and kill and let nature do what God intended it to do, right? Yes, questions? All right, think about them. Yeah, here's one more. Sure. Mm-hmm. The question is, phosphorus, 2,300 pounds per foot in a system such as mine, how long would it last? How long is time? Infinity, right? Think about it. Think about it. Okay, how nature really works. Those root exudates that plants put out, part of it's consumed by biology, part of it combines with water to form a mild form of carbonic acid. That carbonic acid starts breaking down rocks and parent material. Okay, how long is it going to take me to mine that all the way to China? Plus, realize in a system like mine, it's pretty much a closed loop system. Yes, we're exporting some proteins and grains, but minimal amount. We're not exporting the biomass and that, so it's going to cycle through, right? I don't ever see that being an issue, not in a healthy ecosystem. God would not create it that way. Okay, with that, we're about at noon, correct?
Is Father Tim Smith, and I'm also the South Dakota head of Catholic Rural Life, which supports farmers, ranchers, and all those who work in the ag business. And I represent the Catholic Church in Eastern South Dakota for that. So with that, whatever your faith background is, we'll ask God to bless all this food He's created, as Gabe's mentioned in his presentations this morning. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. And again, enjoy the meal, and God bless you, and have a good time.
Last several years, after talking to Gabe, from that point on, I've actually become more and more interested in soil health, because that really is where all health truly does begin. I title this From Disease to Abundant Life for a couple of reasons. The word disease has a really negative connotation to it, I would say. Who all here, by a show of hands, knows somebody with a chronic disease or illness? Chronic pain, inflammatory disease, allergies, all that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not here to say and claim that everybody's symptoms can be zeroed out 100%, but I think that God wants to do that more than what He does, because we need to be a steward of our body and of what we're allowing to go into it and what we're doing to the soil as well. And so my story started from a disease, and thankfully now I can say it really has moved to a abundant health. You might chuckle because I've got a hoarse voice. Imagine that 2 days before I lose my voice. But I appreciate you bearing with me. A little bit about me. These are my spark plugs. This is my family. My wife Meredith, and my oldest is almost 6. She's India. These are our twins, Hyde Wilder Thompson. He lives up to his name, and Mesa Faith. And I could kind of explain their personalities by saying it's pretty much here, there, and gone. So they're all over the place. And then that's my wife, Meredith. And we got married in 2007, so we've been married 14 years. So I was always an active kid and enjoyed working outside. I enjoyed the sports. I enjoyed any kind of exercise. I got into a little bit of bullfighting, doing rodeos and camps. After I graduated high school, And till the point where I started really taking on some responsibility, then the bullfighting had to go. Attended Selby Area High School, graduated in 2005. Went to Lake Area Tech for diesel mechanics and a trade that I still use today. I never did work in a shop full time, but that is where I met and fell in love with my wife, Meredith. Like I say now, 14 years. And I did learn a little bit about diesel mechanics, but she grew up on a dairy farm, so I actually learned more about dairy farming than I did diesel. But I graduated Lake Area Tech in 2007, but not before. In the spring, I started really noticing that I could not get rid of this one cold. It started kind of in March, and the cold symptoms just wouldn't go away. I went home for the weekend and called our local doctor. He didn't see me, he just gave me a Z-Pack. Got to feeling better, and about an exact month later again, got the same feeling of cold. This time it was a little worse. Got another over-the-counter Z-Pack and felt better. Went back, kept going on with school. I was graduating in May. Third time's a charm. I got a cold again. This time it was even worse. And another zithromycin pack given to me. But this time it really didn't change anything. I just kind of kept feeling low energy and very sick. But if you would have told me in high school that I care about nutrition or health or soil health or anything like that, I would have laughed at you. But now I'm still kind of dealing with my sickness here in June. Began losing weight, not having much energy at all. Noticed that things probably weren't quite right, but I just didn't want to say anything, because if I don't, that maybe makes you feel like there's not a problem. Well, then my then girlfriend Meredith asked me if I had lost some weight. Boy, I wasn't happy to hear that. I wanted to be robust. I wanted to be muscly. I wanted to be in shape. And she said, it just seems like your pants are really baggy on you, and it seems like you're, I don't know, not looking so good. So I was always exhausted. I would have to pull over on my way to Watertown to see my girlfriend Meredith, and just to take a nap. I just couldn't hardly go a whole trip of 3 hours without having to sleep. And then July came, and I finally started talking to my mom about it. And I said, yeah, I think something's not quite right. We started doing some doctors, some testing, some procedures. And pretty much the first few things that were diagnosed were Epstein-Barr, very similar to mono, Clostridium difficile, which is an infection in your intestines, and a very high liver enzyme. We began treating with antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, because that makes sense. Just thought we needed to wipe out that Clostridium infection. We needed to take care of any inflammatory problems I was having. And we started having symptoms that seemed like spinal meningitis. I got so tight and tense, I couldn't hardly walk to the car to go to the chiropractor. I'd been sleeping on the couch. I'd been feeling up through the night. I just figured, well, since I'm on the couch, I'm probably getting stuff out of adjustment. I need to just be set straight. Well, my muscles were so tight, the chiropractor couldn't hardly get things into position like they should be. And it just kept getting worse. And later on that day, I was admitted into the hospital. This led us on a wild goose chase, because the doctors who had been doctoring with me for the month prior felt like they'd been testing the wrong things. Maybe this is spinal meningitis. Maybe it's a viral component we're not aware of. And so they did a spinal tap just to rule out the spinal meningitis. And that came back negative. Thankfully, everything looked clear. And found out that all that spinal meningitis symptoms were actually the medication fighting against itself. And I'll never forget the day I was visiting with the doctor, our local physician, who I'm thankful for. I want to back up and say I'm not at all in any way trying to bash doctors either. Just like Gabe said about what he shares, I'm not trying to throw rocks at any one way, but it does seem like we're very much in one ditch or the other when it comes to health. Either you're pro-medication and pro-everything doctor, or you're you want to fix everything with an essential oil. I like to think we can meet somewhere in the middle and kind of understand where we're coming from. So at that point, I was talking with my doctor, and he was humble enough to say, got to be honest, I don't know what's going on. It could be anything. So let's try for Mayo. That's our best chance. So Mayo was 2 months out. They were tough to get into. My mom called daily to check on cancellations. And I was on my back for about 3 weeks after that spinal tap with migraines, severe low abdominal contractions. The thing that I can only imagine is like childbirth. And for the women out there, I apologize. That would be awful. But it was truly a very painful time, along with 20 to 25 trips to the bathroom. Don't mean to get graphic, but that was on a daily basis. And I was having to keep a food journal at the time and record every trip to the bathroom and all this stuff. And I got tired of keeping notes. So we were praying for cancellation, and thankfully our prayers were answered. I got into the Mayo Clinic a month and a half sooner than expected. I got a wonderful doctor, found that the C. difficile was still there and very much active, was put on a very specific antibiotic to really attack the C. diff. I don't know if you know about it, but it's a very tough bacteria to kill. Another colonoscopy to check my small intestine and found that there were abrasions that were up in the small intestine that were consistent with Crohn's disease. I started on a Remicade IV treatment, and it was about $9,000 per IV every 8 weeks. And so that was very much so something I could have never done without health insurance, obviously. But my doctor told me right off the bat, this is not a cure, this is a therapy so that you can have quality of life. And you know, your body will eventually build immunity to this medication. Something I would later realize is incredible how our body works, that when it realizes a foreign thing in our bodies, it can actually take care of it on its own and detox that out of our body. And so the medication, you'll see later, was actually, my body was actually able to build immunity to that as well. So this began our uphill climb back to health. This was kind of my lowest at this point. So Crohn's disease is an autoimmune disease where the chronic inflammation in the small intestine and the colon causes long-lasting diarrhea, exhaustion, fever, cramping, and bleeding. WebMD says there's no cure for Crohn's, but only steroids and immunosuppressants to treat the symptoms. Now, immunosuppressants are just exactly what the word sounds like. They take your immune system and they lower it. This specific one I was on IV called Remicade, it blocks the protein that is sent to try to heal, that alerts your immune system that there's a problem and it's trying to heal it. So Remicade would block that so that your immune system isn't overactive. I actually did quite well on the IV for the first several years and began to taper off prednisone. I'd been put on a steroid before I got into Mayo Clinic just to make me feel better. Once I got into Mayo, she started me on a taper process. There's a little miscommunication between my doctors. I'd been on it for a year. She wanted me to be on it for a series of a few weeks. But little miscommunication. I go back my next year, and my doctor said that was not right. So now my body had become so used to the steroid that it wasn't going to make the 10 milligrams a day for my adrenal glands that it was supposed to. So she started me on a 6-month taper, and she got me tapered off that prednisone, and my body began creating it again on its own. The fall of 2008, my doctor realized that my liver enzymes were still high enough. It was still very high, and even though I no longer had the Epstein-Barr virus, C. diff, and have been feeling better, my liver enzymes told a different story. So when you have mono or virus, a lot of times your liver enzymes will elevate. Well, mine, I didn't have the virus. I felt relatively good, but there's something going on with my liver that they weren't quite sure of. So I went back to Mayo. It was kind of a spur of the moment trip to Mayo because she said this needs attention. We went back there and I was diagnosed with a liver disease called PSC, primary sclerosing cholangitis. That's where the inflammation in your liver narrows your bile ducts and your bile can't drain properly. And that swelling and scar tissue from your liver being inflamed is what actually creates the disease, and there's no treatment. My doctor at the time his name was Dr. Linder. He's now retired. He said, unfortunately, the best advice I can give you is don't Google life expectancy. He said, that's not what you want to look for. It's a relatively new disease, and we just don't want you to go down that road because we just don't know much about it. And he said, there's really no treatment. And he said, just live your life. Try not to think about it. We'll keep an eye on it and see where we can go from there. Well, with that, we went back home. We had a lot of ups and downs for the next several years, faithfully getting my IVs and yearly colonoscopies at Mayo. My liver enzymes kind of stabilized. We're still high, but it's somewhat stabilized until 2012. I went in to have my 6-month blood draw, And I'd been telling my doctor, it was probably a month before my scheduled colonoscopy, I said, I just don't feel like the Remicade is working anymore. I actually feel pretty sick and don't know what to do. I'm glad I'm coming to see you in a month. We ran the lab numbers, and this is what came back. She immediately contacted me. These liver numbers on the left side, the AST, ALT, ALK phos, and total bili, is what the normal range was. Obviously, you can see that from the slide. Oh, you can't see it up there, can you? Let's see here. Well, my liver enzymes, the AST was 391, the ALT was 711, the ALK phos was 454, and the total bilirubin was 136. That was on this test that I found when I put this presentation together. I know that there is one test that was over 2 points, and that's the amount of bile in your bloodstream because it's not being excreted. So I felt pretty miserable. My whites in my eyes were beginning to yellow, and she got me into Mayo right away to figure out what was going on. They did a procedure called an ERCP. I won't bore you with what that actually means. Basically, they go in through your throat, down through your stomach, into your papilla, it's called, and into your bile duct of your liver, and they brush it open. It's similar to when people have arteries ballooned open, with heart problems and such. And so anyway, that's what they did only for my liver. It was hugely successful. And I left that Mayo appointment feeling much, much better. And she said, you know what, maybe with PSC, every few years, we need to put in a stent just to hold that bile duct open. And that's what our treatment will be for your PSC. I said, okay. And with that, she wanted to double my amount of medicine in my IV bag to the maximum, which doubled the price, $18,000 per treatment every 6 weeks instead of every 8 weeks. And so my body started really reacting to this medication. I a couple times would throw up while I was getting it. I would start getting very short of breath to where I felt like my chest was being compressed. So they started doing a little more pre-med protocol, Benadryl, Tylenol. They made it drip extremely slow, so it was a 7-hour IV rather than a 3. And that kind of helped. But basically, I knew after the first 30 minutes of my IV, there would be a reaction, and then I'd be fine. So we just kind of would breathe through it for 10 minutes and get past it. But one thing I noticed while I was sick before I went to my ERCP appointment at Mayo is how much food mattered. And like I said earlier, if you'd have told me in high school, I would have cared less about what I was eating, as long as it had Mountain Dew in it and some form of protein isolate so that I could gain muscle mass. I didn't care. But certain foods really made a difference. When I noticed that one thing I would eat would make me feel great and kind of not so inflamed and just really more relaxed, I thought that was interesting. Well, I took note of it. And then all of a sudden, I went to a wedding. I had a pork loin sandwich, and it just knocked me on my back for 10 days. So I noticed some things really bother me and other things actually are pretty good. So I began reading a book called The Maker's Diet by Jordan Rubin, as well as his articles and his newsletters. This led me to a good friend of his named Dr. Josh Axe from draxe.com, the world's leading health website. This is where I learned that food can be medicine. Meredith and I began changing diets slowly as we learned more and more about how we were eating and how our bodies actually function. And that's when the lights actually started coming on. Let me back up slowly, or just real quick for a second. When I was, before my appointment at Mayo, I meant to get to the point of, I was in the middle of buying a combine. I was farming. I had just kind of started picking up some acres that my dad had allowed me to lease that he had been leasing. I was excited. We were starting to farm. My wife and I had a custom fencing business for the first 5 years of our marriage. That's what we did. We had about 40 head of cows in our fencing business. And then we custom fed with my folks in the wintertime for income. Well, I had started taking over some of the farm ground, and I always enjoyed equipment. I enjoyed working on it. I enjoyed running it. So I was starting to do some of the farming, and it was time for me to buy a combine. And I wasn't so worried about it, but I wanted to make sure that this $45,000 that I'd gotten a loan for to buy a combine, I know that doesn't buy much of one nowadays. I was looking for 9,600 John Deere combine, but every time I'd start scrolling through Tractor House to look at all the numbers of combines and dollar figures, I would start get this incredible headache over the top of my head. And all of a sudden, kind of over by my liver, it just kind of start fluttering. And I realized there was stress. And I realized how that would really pull me down. And for a lot of you out there, that probably seems like a pretty small thing to be stressed out about. It's only 45,000. Well, that was something at that time that was creating stress, which was pulling my body down. And my body was so pulled down to begin with, I could literally feel the cortisol being injected into my bloodstream. And now I know what that does. That shuts down digestion. That shuts down a lot of immune responses. And your immune system is suppressed. Cortisol is the hormone God gave us to run, stay and fight, or be paralyzed. And my fight or flight response was going, and it was pulling my body down even more. So stress was something I really noticed. So the lights began coming on when I was at my worst and being pulled down by all those liver issues. And so when I started eating the things I noticed I was doing better on, when I ate the things that didn't set well, I noticed more inflammation and more trips to the bathroom. I noticed the stress and literally could feel it really causing my body to suffer. So, if they are having to up my meds and having to keep worsening, my symptoms are keeping on getting worse, I better have another plan. And I know my doctor said, well, we'll have to switch up the medication after 10 years because your body, we got to keep your immune system guessing so that it doesn't build immunity to the type of therapy we're giving it. And so in my mind, that just didn't set well. I was like, why are we constantly trying to cover up symptoms and feel better? I learned in diesel mechanic school, if there's something that goes out on a piece of equipment, you want to find out why it went out in the first place. Mechanical failure, operator error, seal went out, ran out of oil, whatever. So I was like, I want to treat my health the same way. What are the root causes of my inflammation? Is it just my genetics? I know my mom's family had some digestive issues. No, I don't think that's it. And another time I'd love to touch on something that we call epigenetics, which is you don't have to be a slave to your genetic code. So that's a very fun topic, by the way. But it's something that's so incredible that the Lord had given me this desire to find a different way. And like I say, at the time, I didn't care about nutrition. But I just kind of sat there and I wanted to think critically about it. So food matters. Stress isn't good. What is the issue here? What can I start doing to start feeling better? So our diets changed in a very small way. When I first went through my health transformation, people would ask, well, what should I do? I've got these symptoms. And so I gave them this whole speech. And it took about this long too. And I finally realized as their eyes would get more and more tired that I was being a little bit overwhelming. So I actually went back to where we started. And it doesn't have to be these huge major changes right away. I honestly thought that changing the type of Mountain Dew I drank would be the best choice. So I went, rather than having high fructose corn syrup, I bought the throwback Mountain Dew. This has real sugar in it. Yeah, it still has yellow 5 and bromelain and bromelated vegetable oil or whatever it is. But all these things I thought was a better choice, but it started the ball rolling. And all of a sudden I realized, wait, I don't even need to get a pop. I'll get this Starbucks Frappuccino. It doesn't have any of these things, doesn't have any colors, all these things. Still has 46 grams of sugars, but hey, at least it's real sugar. And that's where it honestly started. Then we started limiting our fried food. Rather than getting fries, I'd get a baked potato. Limited the processed foods. So rather than getting lunch meat, we would pack tuna for our lunches when we were fencing. So we started making these changes before I really knew much about health. And a YouTube video came across my feed that Dr. X was talking about how the root of autoimmune disease is actually toxicity. And that my light bulb went on in my mind again. It's like, I've never heard that before. What's toxicity? So toxicity in our food, water, air, medication, dental fillings, etc. The list could go on and on of all the different pollutants and toxins we come in contact with every day. These toxins build up over time and slowly degrade our bodies until it becomes a problem and then turns into symptoms. How do we rid our bodies of these toxins and begin healing was my next question. I like this picture here because it really does, whether you're talking mechanics, whether you're talking agriculture, whether you're talking human health, it all begins underneath the soil and underneath the root of the problem. So this made sense to me. So that phrase right there is something that I think we can all ask ourselves is, what are we doing? What we are doing, does it make sense to you? Does Does the way you're farming make sense to you? Does the way you're eating make sense to you? If you're on a steady diet of McDonald's, does that make sense that you actually don't feel very good? Not to throw one company under the bus, but I'm just saying fast food restaurants as a steady diet might not be best for your health. So I bought this secret detox plan, and this is what Dr. Axe offered. There was a plan that went into great detail explaining why we do each step in this secret detox. And as I read and studied the secret detox protocol for many days, this started to make so much sense. I wish so badly I had done what I wanted to do, but I felt like maybe it was going to be arrogant. I didn't want to put the cart before the horse, but I knew when I was going to be going in for my last IV because it just wasn't doing any good. And if my doctor didn't want to go along with me, I was going to really plead with her to do so I could quit getting this IV that was doing nothing. But I wanted to lay the book that I was reading, The Secret Detox, over my IV arm with all the tubes taped to it and take a picture of me with all my chest stickers on it. I was monitoring my heart and everything, and take a picture with that book because I knew after I finished this, I just had this piece that I knew things would be different. I wish I would have taken that picture, but I did not. I felt like, oh, that's the cart before the horse there. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to jinx it. Maybe it won't happen. But I was sold. My next step toward healing, because this IV wasn't working anymore, is just wondering if my doctor would go along with it. So I talked to my doctor about the IV losing its efficacy and began getting sicker. Liver enzymes started to go up once again. She wanted me to get a next scheduled treatment and then wait 4 weeks. And she said, then we'll test the antibody level and see if your body is in fact got the antibody level built up, stopping the medication from working. So 4-week wait, let's see. I went to Selby, so that's 4 times 7 is 28, 28-day detox, perfect. So I was excited. I was gonna do it. I was gonna get my treatment, and the very next day I was gonna start my secret detox plan. And so when I started the 28-day, after I got my IV, I started the 28-day detox while replacing with healthy foods, the most nutrient-dense foods I could find, which at the time, I still didn't know that there was a huge difference. I knew the way our food's prepared. I knew you want cultured dairy. I knew kind of the basics, but I didn't realize that nutrient density was really a key element. So 28-day detox, I replaced with healing foods. It looked like this. Everybody wants to know exactly what I did. This is pretty much a snapshot. 8 ounces of bone broth upon waking, good bone broth, not just stuff you can go find at the grocery store, but gelatinous bone broth. If you guys are wondering what that means, I'll tell you later, but real good quality bone broth is probably the best treatment for about any health problem that you have, no joke. And you say, a lot of people say, my grandma used to use bone broth. Absolutely, we all should. And so it's real simple. It's very cheap to make, very expensive to buy pre-made, and wonderful business opportunity for people who want to do that. But it's a lot of people know the healing benefits of it. Anyway, I'd take 8 ounces of bone broth upon waking. It's very easily absorbed and digested, and your body goes through a series of processes to metabolize the food we eat. And a lot of foods take 20 processes to actually use it as energy. Sometimes it has to store as fat and then pull back out the fat to use as energy. Well, bone broth, your body doesn't have to do anything to metabolize it. So therefore, your body is satisfied with the nutrient density it needs, and that gives more time to the body to start regenerating whatever is ailing you. About mid-morning, I would do 20 ounces of juice veggies, always organic, in mid-morning. And here, like I've learned, it'd be so good if you could find somebody, even if it wasn't certified organic, somebody that grew it no-till regeneratively. That would help even more. Very thankful for the organic community because it certainly did lower the toxicity in our foods, but the nutrient density is something that we'll get into. Gabe's already talked about. That's where the root of our food problem actually is. So the Budwig protocol is what I would do at noon. This might sound disgusting, and part of it was, but I got to the point where I didn't mind it so much. But it was 8 ounces of A2 kefir. It's protein in certain cows. All goat milk is A2, as far as I understand. But that's the protein that's more readily available. See, our bodies, when it's burdened down with toxins, something happens called leaky gut. If you can imagine a bug net, it's really woven together really tightly. You can still go through the air and catch your insects. It lets a little bit of air through. But if you imagine your gut lining as being like that bug net, eventually, because of toxins, medications, stress, all these other things, our intestinal lining begins to stretch. And those small holes become bigger. And unfortunately, some of the first two proteins to slip through is gluten and casein. That's the protein in milk. And A1 casein specifically, because through the years, the protein has actually changed in the milk. So that's why we need to go back to more of an older breed of cattle, the Jersey and Guernsey and different breeds, older genetics. So I bought what was called a Mozzie, and that was A2. It was already cultured, low heat processed, and I get it shipped to me. I'd mix in 2 tablespoons flax oil, 2 tablespoons coconut oil, 4 tablespoons soaked chia seeds, and cinnamon. It's about 55 grams of saturated fat. And I would have that for dinner, and it wasn't great, but boy, I tell you, my energy would just skyrocket. And it was literally refueling and recharging this on a cellular level, the batteries in my bloodstream. So mid-afternoon, I'd finish up with I'd have an afternoon salad with grass-fed protein. Could be beef, could be pastured chicken, wild-caught salmon, whatever. And then supper was a feast. I loved it. It was grass-fed protein, wild-caught protein, steamed veggies, and it just kind of limited any kind of sugar during this detox, during this 28-day. Whoop, go back one. So 28 days later, I was feeling healthier than ever before. I was more vibrant than ever before, more energy than I've ever remembered having. And I went in for my 4-week blood test to check my antibodies and check for elevated liver enzymes per my doctor's request. That is my 5.5-year-old jumping from a bale onto a pile of hay on the ground. She has had 2 broken arms in her life, by the way. So I went in for my blood tests, anxiously awaiting. This is the exact, I would have put the actual pictures of my emails up there because I still have them, but I just thought it was easier for you to see if I typed them out. So my doctor, Roy, she's very to the point. Your most recent blood work is absolutely normal. Good job. Whatever you're doing, keeping yourself healthy, good work. Me, I'm a little more wordy, but I try to keep it short. My wife has always told me, she's very matter of fact, just don't go into detail. Just be short. So I said, wow, that's wonderful news. When do we hear about the antibody test? And I waited and waited. Later that day, Roy, you had a very low level of Remicade in your system and a very high antibody level. So we got to be getting your IVs every 6 weeks at the highest dose possible, which I was already doing. I said, I gave her the dosages of what I was getting. I told her about the detox I did. While I typed it, my hands were shaking because I thought I was going to get yelled at. And then asked if she would support me in going off Remicade since she's seen firsthand the way my health changed. She said, I would like you to continue your diet and the meds. It's probably both of them working together. So I said, with all due respect, I feel I've detoxed out the meds and my body has built immunity. Since I'm doing so good with such little Remicade, could I just please get your support in trying a 6-month trial run without meds? And she said, and I'll never forget this email. She said, I'm very afraid of doing this, but this is not a dictatorship. This is a partnership. So if you're okay with the risk of having a flare-up and being a long way from Mayo and having to play catch-up pretty much when you get here, kind of thinking that's what was going to happen, I'm okay with it too. Oh, if I could let you see the email I sent after that, it was a lot of exclamations and a lot of praising the Lord, that's for sure. So since that conversation, the 6 months is long over. That was, 6 years ago now that I had that, 7 years ago I had that conversation. Still off medication, no flare-ups or Crohn's symptoms. Continued my annual Mayo checkup and colonoscopies. The first year showed inactive disease, no inflammation. The second year, the surgeon actually had to page my doctor because he was confused if maybe they got the wrong patient. He knew I was there for a colonoscopy. He knew he was supposed to be looking in certain areas for certain disease, and he just flat out couldn't find him. And when I went to meet with my doctor at the consultation that afternoon, she showed me the pictures and she said, Roy, it's a textbook colon. So I'm sorry for the graphic thought there, but it looked just like it should without disease. And the following years, they'd been great as well. And now I haven't gone back for a couple of years to have another checkup, but I kind of like tracking it, so I probably should go back again too. But so the health transformation, people always say, well, where can I start? And like I say, I always used to be very overbearing with it. It was like drinking water from a fire hose. But I would say begin with what you consume most and do whatever you can to ensure that you're getting the cleanest version of that one thing. And as momentum is built, just keep adding more and more things to that snowball, if you will. And that snowball will get bigger and bigger as you add more things and you make them the healthiest you can. All of a sudden, you'll be living a lifestyle that your body won't want to go back to the way it was before, because it will literally start craving nutrient-dense food. I should say we started with water, protein, and fats, mainly with our water first, because I was like, well, that's something we consume every day, several times a day. We bathe in it, we wash our dishes in it. We should probably start there. And I started looking into the top water woes, and it was not pleasant to read. Chloroform is the #1 contaminant. It's formed when the chlorine reacts with organic compounds in the water. Nitrates, chromium-6. Think who's seen Erin Brockovich? Anybody seen that? If you haven't, you should watch it. Very interesting. That's the carcinogenic that was in the water. She was a journalist. She found out about it. Anyway, it blew up. It was a big deal. PFAs, atrazine, the most highly used chemical in the U.S., is ending up in our water. Gabe talked about that. It's kind of, I'm not down on anybody that uses atrazine. I've sprayed it before. I try not to anymore. I actually haven't for years now, but arsenic, fluoride. And this is what we went to kind of take care of some of that. There are more expensive systems out there, but at the time we didn't have a ton of money to put towards it. And this whole house filtration system from Aquasana was a great one. It's got a salt-free water conditioner. Takes the chlorine, takes 99%, I think it's 97% of all contaminants out. And this was our first filter on the right there. You can't see it very well, but that white thing along the side is the new filter. And that black one, brown one, whatever color it is, pretty much rust is what that is what was in our first one. And that was only after a couple months of running water through it. And then we put in a under the sink one that also takes out the fluoride, as well as refiltering the already filtered water. So we just tried to get the most cleanest water that we could for a decent price. That whole price there was like $1,400 at the time when I bought it. So disease doesn't have to be a lifelong condition. I spoke about that earlier. It can be a temporary dis-ease where it's a displacement. It's not an easy life. You don't feel great. And I know disease definitely does have, there are some diseases that I know there's not a lot one can do about it. However, like I said earlier, I think there's a whole lot more of them and could be a whole lot fewer diseases out there if we would remove toxins, add nutrient-dense healing foods, concentrate on healing your gut, add proper supplements, but not too many. We kind of went down this world of holistic health and kind of functional medicine. You're treating the whole body. Could be chiropractic care, could be medication if you need it, but not overusing medication and not overusing supplements. I came away from a doctor's appointment one time and he wanted me to have this huge list of supplements, and as well as my wife, and we're like, that's more burdensome than what we were doing. And I wasn't feeling that bad to begin with, so I think I'll probably pass on all those supplements. But if you get it from your food, your body is already getting your multivitamins every day if you're eating proper nutrient-dense food. Probiotics and enzymes are something that I still take to this day. I felt like I was on medication for 8 years, getting gallons of Remicade poured in my blood. So I really want to continue rebuilding my probiotics, continue helping my body have low toxins, and also be freed up to begin healing my body anywhere it needs it. Also, we live a very sedentary and sanitary life, and we don't want to be too clean. We want to get dirty. And if there's anything that I'm very proud of, the fact of my kids, they don't wash their hands all the time. They do sometimes, but they're always dirty when they come in. And I think that's how it should be for us too. I always love it when I'm planting a cover crop and I'm digging down under the residue to check my plant depth and make sure I'm closing the furrow and everything. The soil that's in my fingers and underneath my fingernails, and working with non-treated seed and all those things, you're around probiotics every day. Just don't wash it all off. So Gabe talked about our microbiome, and our microbiome has diverse symbiotic relationships taking place within the bacteria, fungal communities of our gut, and the vibrancy of our microbiome largely determines the vibrancy of our health. Antibiotics and other medications, environmental toxins, stress, and these bacteria can kill and disrupt this bacteria and disrupt the diverse communities. And that's very similar to soil health. And that is not a plant on my place, unfortunately. That's probably something you'd find at Gabe's. Mine aren't quite there yet. We're transitioning, and we try to implement the practices, 6 tenets of soil health as much as we can. But unfortunately, I still have some clean roots, and my next couple pictures, maybe you'll see some there too. But under the soil, the microbiome under the soil is very active, just like in our guts. And it was amazing to me how closely tied to the soil and soil health our guts were. When Jordan Rubin used to say all health begins in the soil, I didn't care. I just thought that was a subject for another time that I'll worry about. And no, I'm just blown away understanding that that is truly where it begins. Are the plants interacting, sharing, and relying on the fungal and bacterial communities under the soil? Or is just the soil a petri dish for simply housing roots for a plant while it's being fed synthetic amendments? So that microbiome there clearly shows it's interacting with the community in the soil. Similar to antibiotics and anti-inflammatories and immunotherapies, all these things, our microbiome is like tillage and synthetic amendments to the soil. The synthetic tillage, synthetic amendments, tillage, all these things, fungicides, everything is very harmful to soil bacteria, just like taking an antibiotic would be for our guts. These are a couple pictures of what we have started doing. That's when India was 3. She was out. We took place in what was called an NRCS B program, is that you plant the pollinator mix in the spring. And this is where things really started to click for me on an agricultural level, because I was not sprayed, not fertilized, not nothing. And she was 3 at the time. I don't know exactly her height, but the crop was up past her. It was vibrant. There were bugs everywhere. And she's helping me count the honeybees. And then obviously over here, some of our grazing animals that we were moving with a polywire, and then the same with the bottom picture there. Here it shows the drastic difference between a microbiome on this healthy soil and what the root system looks like when it's got heavy synthetic amendments applied. So has anybody ever felt this way? I don't know. A friend texted that to me. He was a little more stressful than I was at this time too, but I was stressed. I felt like financially I had lost money enough years in a row. I was getting frustrated, and it was stressful to have that graph that Gabe showed, the high amounts of inputs for the low amount of profit. And it's kind of where I started kind of understanding, that's what I was feeling like when I started understanding the agriculture principles. So soil degradation, we talked about that, Gabe talked about that, all health beginning in the soil. I won't go over everything once again, but Gabe really talked about all of that. So I won't say it again. Basically, at the end of the day, you're better off, if you don't raise it yourself, you're better off knowing your rancher or farmer who does and who truly cares about the product they're turning out. So the light bulb moment came for me when I realized I was having to buy all my food for the secret detox. I had to buy my grass-fed beef, went to US Wellness Meats, and they had a huge array of pastured proteins. I know Gabe works with them, Paul works with them. At the time, I didn't know of Gabe, otherwise I would have gone to Nurse by Nature. But it was just, I had to buy my meat, I had to buy our proteins, I bought our dairy. I was even having our veggies delivered via farm box. I was getting organic boxes delivered. And so I was buying everything, but yet I'm a farmer and rancher. It's like, where's the disconnect here? So I actually began losing a lot of desire for what I was doing when I went through this health transformation, because I didn't feel right understanding what I was doing to the soil and how I was wanting to live my life healthfully. And I knew there was a disconnect. I thought I needed to quit farming and ranching and start a health website. I need to be the junior Dr. Axe, South Dakota. That's what I was thinking. Or I thought, well, maybe the Lord has something else for me. Maybe I'm called to go into ministry. Maybe I'm called to go work for somebody. maybe I'm just meant to draw a paycheck and just forget this farming thing. But I didn't want to keep operating the way I was. And I began taking part in the NRCSB program, like I said, and I was just amazed at what it would look like to plant cover crops, see all the incredible insects return, the pollinators, the bees, everything. When you walk into that cover crop field with no synthetic amendments, life was just buzzing. And then I'd go to check my corn crop and I couldn't hear a thing, nothing other than the occasional fly buzzing around. But it was just so much in my mind. I could just see one direction I was really wanted to go and being pulled in. So I was at church one morning. I teach the high school Sunday school class there, and there was a young couple that was there. They were out of high school, but they were there visiting a sister. And just watching him, I kind of knew he was into agriculture. I didn't know him from Adam. So I got to visit with him a little bit, and I knew he was there to visit with, and there's some organic producers. So I talked with him a little bit about if he was in the organic side of things or if he was in what he did. He said he worked for a farmer, but I said, have you ever heard of somebody going conventional to organic and still not having to till, but, you know, kind of farming for your animals and, I don't know, just doing this farming thing differently? He said, well, I know somebody who talks about it. His name is Gabe Brown. Have you ever heard of him? I said, no, I've never heard of him. So he gets out his phone, and he starts scrolling through the contacts, and he says, oh, I used to have his number. I'm like, huh, oh. Anyway, he said, oh, YouTube him. He's all over YouTube. So I got on YouTube, and sure enough, I digested hours and hours and hours of Gabe discussing the things and the principles of soil health. And I listened to it for weeks. I even subscribed to YouTube Red, where I could black out my phone. I wouldn't have to listen to ads. And then I could listen to constant, nonstop Gabe in my ear all day long. And exactly what your wife wants to do, right, Gabe? Listen to you all day long. But anyway, finally, at the end, he said, I wasn't watching the video because I was listening to it while I was doing chores. And he said, and here's our contact information. I grabbed my phone and I'm opening it up. I'm like, is that really his contact? I zoom in. Sure enough, got his cell phone off of his YouTube video. And he was doing a presentation just like this. And so I called him, literally stopped the tractor. I called him. I'm like, okay, it's going to be a secretary, an automated call system, and or maybe a voicemail to direct you to his email, and I'll never hear from him. Well, he said, hello. I knew right from the videos, hours of Gabe talking, I knew that was Gabe Brown. I just knew it. I said, Gabe Brown. I said, I didn't expect you to answer. Thought it was going to be a secretary. He said, no, it's me, just planting some cover crop. And I just was floored, and I was just so excited to even get a hold of him. And I can't even remember what all the questions I had for him were. I just basically laid out for him where we were, the heart that I had behind it, and wanted some direction and where to go. I should have put the resource up, and I forgot. But he'd said, just get Soil Owner's Manual by John Stick. I'd start there. I said, good enough. That's the first thing I did. I just got Soil Owner's Manual. I got it on Audible. I listened to it. I bought the book. I read it. I got it. And I listened to it again on Audible. And I just wanted to consume this content and data. But he was telling me, not only can regenerative ag heal our soils and our health, and also heal our financial statements as well. Regenerative ag is done properly, begins to think more about profitability rather than pounds and bushels. And I remember that from our first conversation because I got off the phone feeling free, feeling not burdened, not feeling stressful, but it brought hope and it brought freedom. And I won't go through all these. Gabe already talked about them all. I put context at the end. I should have put it at the beginning, but context was something that was added. I didn't notice it until I listened to Gabe speak in Aberdeen a couple of years ago, where he talked about context, basically meeting you where you're at with regenerative agriculture. What suits you? What principles can you implement? And I think this is such an awesome way to meet in the middle from two different ditches, high synthetics and organic producers meeting in the middle. Let's Gabe's company and the company he's a part of, Understanding Ag, I think is so awesome to meet people where they're at and show them where they can go and what they can do. So our operation began to change. We started selling some grass-fed, grass-finished beef. I started growing more niche grains, like rye, and using rye in a lot of ways in our cropping system to combine it for grain, to green seed into it and plant into it in the spring, use as a layer for weed suppressor. Lots of different, you can use it as a hay crop if you need to, you can graze it. We got a diverse rotation. We go rye, sunflowers, corn, we grow oats. We've obviously cover crops, triticale, winter wheat, we've grown that. We utilize the Haney soil test to cut fertility without sacrificing yield. And we kind of started doing a little more farming for our cattle, planting untreated seed whenever possible. And I do have a story about that. I planted some untreated corn last year in a field. It was a full quarter, and I went down and planted it, and I went through the night, and there was rain coming. I was excited, got some good moisture on it. I left and didn't come back for, I believe it was 3 weeks, to see if the weeds were still at bay and to make sure, see if I needed to do anything down there, see how the crop was growing. Well, I planted this exact same untreated corn 2 years prior, and I had the best yield of corn I'd ever had. It beat out my whatever corn I had. I had some channel planted next to it. It beat that out. It was a longer day variety, so there might have had some bushel there, but the second year it was good. I grew it with a polyculture with millet and chopped it all as silage, and worked good. Good stand, everything was good. Well, I had a pretty sinking feeling. I got pictures, but I didn't, I try to stay in my lane when I'm talking health, so I didn't bring my farming pictures, but I took pictures of this quarter because I was absolutely sickened by the fact I planted at 25,000 seeds per acre, and there's less than 6,000 growing. I found plants that were broke off, and I dig down, there's a worm. I keep digging up the trench, there's another wire worm or a cutworm, or I don't even know the names of these ugly looking worms. But I called Gabe and I said, Gabe, I don't know what's going on here. I planted the same corn 2 years running. It's always been a good stand. And he said, did you spray any insecticide last year? I said, yeah, this has been a conventional field down here. I've done no regenerative practices. Had flowers, I had the plane come in, spray insecticide. The seed was treated last year other than one strip up the middle that I did some untreated seed trials on. And so, yeah, it's had insecticide. So there's what we've noticed is when the ecosystem gets out of balance so far, the harmful insects tend to do better than the beneficial ones. And they just went down my corn rows just having a buffet. And so we replanted, and thankfully, God takes care of us. My seed, I had to plant treated seed on those acres, and thankfully it came up and did better than the first stuff we planted that I'd left around the edges. That was some Roundup Ready corn around the edges because it just got later rains in the fall, and everything worked out, thankfully. But it could have been a huge, huge disaster simply because I hadn't been paying attention or caring about the ecosystem on that crop. It would have been a great sales pitch for a seed treatment company, I tell you. But what I'm excited about is next year, that whole quarter is going into a diverse cover crop mix as part of the NRCS B program down there. So that's going to be the start of some of our regenerative practices down there. This is one thing we implemented in our home. We just took a little area, we tarped it off, and we put pallets out there and killed it off for 2 weeks. And then we went in and just no-tilled. This was a crop from this year. We killed it off a couple years ago, but we had a crop from the first year, and that was done in mid-June. And we still had a crop. I mean, we got our veggies off of it we wanted. And then this last year, I took some of the seed that we had from the pollinator mix that I planted in our fields for the bee program, and my wife planted it in between every plant that we had, either tomato plants or, we had a row of peas, we had a row of kale, a row of spinach, a row of sweet corn, and she just took a bucket of seed that I gave her, and she just interspaced it throughout the garden wherever she could. And it was incredible. I didn't put the pictures in here, but we did the underwear test where you bury a pair of brand new underwear, and a month later you go back out and dig it up, and the soil biology has completely destroyed it other than the elastic band, and it was incredible. This year we're going to do a PLFA test on our garden, and then right across the fence in the soil there, and just compare the two, and I'm excited what that's going to show. So now we live on what we call the maintenance plan. It's our lifestyle. We pretty much, any food we eat, we really want to make sure it's as low toxicity as possible. Grass-fed products whenever possible. We raise our own now, so that really helps. Healthy fats, it's healthy animal fat raised on grass-fed pasture or grass pastures, cover crop pastures. We don't shy away from carbs as long as they're real and nutrient dense. Raw honey, real maple syrup, and sweet potato, things like that. We make lots of homemade bone broth. I try to consume collagen, whether in my coffee or in bone broth form or whatever, every day. We have our own dairy cow. Her name is Rosita. Just got her name last week. My little girl named her after Sing 2. If any of you have kids, you might know what that movie is. And cultured dairy whenever we can, but raw otherwise. Fermented vegetables or raw, organic, regeneratively grown vegetables, hopefully on our own place. Low inflammatory foods. We don't consume a ton of grains. If we do, we really try to make sure they're either sprouted, sourdough, or something of that nature. We try to stay away from dyes, fake sugar, highly processed food. And we do drink coffee. We try to make sure we get it from a company called Camano Island Coffee. It's shade grown, it's organic, it's low in toxicity, low in fungus, and it's freshly ground. And then we mix in collagen with it, and I put in honey as well. And full fat coconut milk or cream. Real food whenever possible. And really, that's our maintenance plan. It doesn't have to be, it was strict for 28 days, and it was strict for the year after that. I wouldn't deter much from that. And from that plan I gave you earlier for the first year, just because I was nervous to. But what I realized, Gabe talked about resiliency in our soils. We can build resiliency in our bodies if I will have gluten from time to time, and it doesn't bother me like it used to. If I'd have gluten and I hadn't for a long time, all of a sudden I noticed it in my gut. I noticed it when I go to the bathroom. I noticed I'd get itchy. And as my gut healed, I noticed that I didn't feel that anymore. And I could eat a little more gluten. And so now I still watch it. I try not to have it tons and tons, but it is something where it's not real resilient if you're between a rock and a hard place and you want a fast food meal quick and it's easy and convenient, go ahead and have it. Hopefully your body is healthy enough where it's not going to be bothered by it. Sometimes if you're healing, sometimes you have to forego the fast food and really focus. But by and large, what we want to do is, do whatever we can to create a resilient gut, a resilient body, so that when you do, you celebrate with the kids and you go get a bunch of ice cream and you have a very unhealthy meal, it's okay because your body isn't flaring up because of it. We want to start at the root of the problem and then build resiliency into our lives. This is just some of the food that we grow on our place. I had a lot of food pictures, but I didn't want to bore you with what our plates look like all the time. And so like Gabe talked about context in soil health and regenerative agriculture, where's your context? Maybe in your human health, maybe in your operation. And like I said earlier, it could start with what you consume most: water, protein, grains, veggies, dairy. Make that jump and change the one thing, make it as healthy and as nutrient dense as possible, and then build momentum from there. Like I say, I started with Mountain Dew. I changed from high fructose corn syrup to real sugar, and that was it. Do your research and convince yourself. Do what makes sense to you. Don't let them be somebody else's goal for your health. If your wife wants you to lose 40 pounds, it's not your goal. You may not stick to it so close, but if you think critically about what you're putting in your bodies, the health problems that you're kind of dealing with, or symptoms that you currently have, does it make sense if you put this in your body? Is this health issue going to react to it poorly, or is it going to get better? And just kind of see, you don't have to go to the secret detox plan tomorrow and throw out everything in your cupboard and start buying everything new, but just think of where you can change and let that healing meet you where you're at. And your food buying decisions meet you where you're at. Regenerative agriculture meets you where you're at. Make sure that they're, like I say, they're your health goals. Know your farmer or rancher. When you see things that are supposed to be healthy, make sure that they actually are, and that you're not just buying some marketing speak. People say that they do a certain diet and they fall off the wagon and they get so down on themselves and so frustrated. Or like Gabe said, that one guy tried a cover crop mix one time and called him upset because it didn't work. Well, if somebody's trying, I went gluten-free for 2 weeks and it did nothing. Well, that's not much of a diet to begin with. You just cut out one thing. So what I'm saying is, is kind of understand what you're doing and why you're doing it before you start maybe buying grass-fed beef. Understand what it is about Gabe's meat that makes it similar to wild-caught salmon, rather than rather than buying a cheeseburger at the fast food store. And just whatever that may be, just make sure it makes sense what you're putting your dollars towards. And I've always heard it said you can either pay a doctor or a farmer. I would rather pay a farmer that knows what he's doing. And there's a lot of truth to that. I didn't put it in here because I did this presentation last fall for an NRCS group that came through Akaska from Baker, Montana. But over let's see, I guess it was in the fall, after this presentation, my doctor emailed me out of the blue from Mayo, and she said, well, Roy, I've got a patient that isn't responding to any medication. We're throwing everything at it, and he just won't respond. I remember your pictures from your colonoscopy. Would you mind sharing what you do? And excuse me. And I said, well, I took some time to respond throughout the day because I didn't want to be too wordy. I wanted to make it condensed because she's very matter of fact. And I just shared how it's a lifestyle and how it begins with nutrient density of our food. And it's very unfortunate that she is so smart, and she really is. I'm not talking down on doctors, but the unfortunate thing is, in becoming a doctor, they learn very little about nutrition. And I think there's another place that could really be helped as far as learning. There's a lot of doctors that do think for themselves, and they see the benefits that some people have with nutrient density. And I'm very fortunate that my doctor cared enough to ask. And so I'm very thankful I was able to share with her what we've done and what we do. So also on the egg side, can you incorporate any regenerative practices into your lifestyle? Maybe it's just a garden. I know a lot of you here are farmers and ranchers, but maybe it's your garden. Maybe it's your pastures, farmland, or even if you live in a city. How awesome would it be if you started having a city garden? And whatever, maybe it's donated, maybe it's pay on the honor system, whatever, where people can come and get their fresh veggies there. So these are just a few resources. As I talked, I should have put a lot more up there. I would have definitely put Gabe up there if he wasn't already sitting here and sharing with you today. But that's basically my story. Here's our contact information. We don't do a lot on social media, but we do a little, and we always respond to any emails. And our website is mainly just for our grass-fed beef, but it's something we're working towards, and we're kind of still in the early stages of transitioning on certain things. But feel free to take my phone number too, text, call, anything. But that is basically my story. And again, I want to say that I'm truly honored to speak today. And I would be remiss if I would say that I can't take any of the credit. And I've been so thankful that Gabe has poured into my life. And but the Lord has truly done something special in my heart and in my life. And so God really does get all the glory and the credit. During my sickness, there was lots of things he was dealing with me in my heart, in my spiritual life. And it was something that I felt like once I kind of understood what he was speaking to me at that time, he then moved me towards my Mayo Clinic appointment, where things really did start to get better. And so I think a lot of us oftentimes deal with, the things that are underneath the surface that we don't think about, whether they're spiritual issues or emotional issues or relational issues. That all plays in factor too. So I just wanted to share that. All glory to God, and I'm just so thrilled to be a part and to have the freedom to share what we do, to live in a great state and a great country like we have, and to stand for freedom and hope in our health, in our agriculture, in our country. And I want to thank Gabe and every one of you here. I want to thank the NRCS, Dennis Bachman and his team in Selby. They've done so much for me in helping me with the bee program and with the monitoring. And he said before, I'm learning right along with you, and that's what's awesome. I feel like if we can come together for a common goal, Gabe already spoke to it, common ground for common good, it couldn't be said better. So rather than throwing rocks across the ditches at each other, I would love the fact if we could come together and learn from each other And you know what? Eat the meat, spit out the bones if you'd like. But where, and with whatever we talked about, I want you to think of where it can meet you in your life and really think critically about it and not just do what you think has always been the right thing to do, but maybe think outside the box. Thank you so much for having me. Yes, I would be happy to take questions. I know Gabe did say that there's a Q&A later, so I know I finished up a little early too, so I'm happy for any questions. Sure. The question is have my doctors that emailed me, back in the fall of 2021, have they implemented anything or learned from anything about what has happened in my body and maybe learn themselves how they can begin incorporating it? That answer I'm not sure of. I haven't talked to her lately about it. I do know with the Mayo doctors, the thing that's so incredible about them is when you go see one doctor, they go and they have meetings in a round table discussion with all the other doctors. Maybe not all of them, but by and large, they discuss their patients around a table. And so it is my prayer that she was able to take that and share it with the doctors around the table. And I hope that I told her to give my information to the patient. Granted, I know she probably won't because of confidentiality, but yeah, I hope so. I have not heard back from her. It's only been 2 months since I talked to her. Almost 3 months now since I emailed her back. So I sure hope so. Yes. Yes, the question was if I'm making my own bone broth. My wife does. She makes it. The Instant Pot is a wonderful thing. It used to take 2 days to make and simmering on a low heat, and the whole house would smell like bones. My wife hated it. She loved the bone broth. She hated the smell. The Instant Pot has really helped that. It goes way faster, very gelatinous. It really does a good job of taking out all the, making real gelatinous broth. If you're going to buy it, I know US Wellness sells it. Gabe, does Nourish by Nature sell it? Nourish by Nature, Gabe's son Paul sells it. Nourishbynature.us. Nourishbynature.us. So I would say them first. I also know there's a company, I believe it's called Bonafide, I think, that sells it. And I think that's a real bone broth. I buy wild caught salmon from Vital Choice. They also sell a bone broth. So, Gabe. Yes. Oh, the health of these three. Oh, you wanted to get me choked up, didn't you, Gabe? My kids, Hyde, India, and Mesa. So my wife and I weren't able to have biological children. Story for another time. So all our kids are adopted, and the twins come from the same birth mother. India came from a different birth mother in Indiana. All wonderful, wonderful ladies, and I'm so grateful for their choice of choosing life and giving us the opportunity to become a family. However, with adoption often comes children from difficult places, maybe from where the mother is, maybe from family background or whatever. And so implementing nutrient-dense foods early on and throughout their little lives, they have become some very resilient kiddos. Doesn't mean we never get sick. In fact, never to be sick would actually be kind of alarming because that's how our bodies, that's how God designed our immune systems to get better. And I'm so thankful for that. That's why they're not here today, is because they actually came down with a cold 2 days ago. And it started with India, of course, went to Hyde, and then, of course, actually Mesa was still good this morning. So anyway, but they have been very, very healthy. And I talked about epigenetics earlier. If you were to read, some of the things that children in difficult places can, there we go. Oh, don't know if it's come back on. Come from, you would be kind of alarmed. You'd think, oh, this adoption world kind of scares me. What if there's substance abuse? What if there's, I guarantee the mother wasn't on organic food the whole time or anything like that. It's amazing because when you care and take care of the very bedrock of our food and make sure it's healthy, nutrient dense, incorporate bone broth, collagen, healing foods, it is really something. There has not been any kind of what would you say, chronic illness from birth. I'm not saying that people are gonna, that maybe even start from square one with the most nutrient dense foods. There still is difficulty with kids at times, with sickness at times. We live in a fallen world, we really do. So that's why that's there. But I do think taking care of how we eat and passing that on to our kids has just been wonderful to see. They consume bone broth like it's going out of style. They won't even hardly eat the stuff in the soup. They just want the bone broth. So it's incredible. Any other questions? Yes. I'm sorry, could you say that again? So I get untreated corn seed from Albert Lee Seeds over in Minnesota there. They've been real good to work with. They ship it to you, speedy delivery. Or no, it wasn't speedy, it was a different freight company, but it was, it came very quickly. And this year when that corn came up, just put a plug in for them, it came up. I called them and I was still learning what was going on. Some of the seed was moldy, but mostly it was burrowed into from worms and whatnot. And I told them, I said, I don't think this is a seed issue at all. I've planted it for 2 years. It's been good. I really think it's because I put untreated seed in this acre, in this 160 acres. I don't think it's your fault. And Albert Lee Seeds said, nope, it's part of the business. We want to cover half of your replant cost. And they said, if you can buy it locally, you can get it from us. We'll sell you treated seed for this acreage, whatever. We'll sell you soybeans. We'll do it for half. We'll cover half the seed cost, whatever it is. And they were very good. I felt sheepish for taking them up on it, but they assured me they want to pay attention and care for the rancher and farmer more than turning a buck. And I've been very, very happy with it. Any other questions? Okay, with that.
Well, I think we need to just stand and give him a round of applause for his story. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And consumers and agency people, rather than put a specific presentation together for this final part, I thought I'm just going to allow the conversation to go where it may. And this will truly be a conversation. We have some questions online, and then anyone, whatever you want to talk about, from soil health to human health, you know, the easy questions I'll take, the hard ones will go to Roy. So, all right. So we'll start off with some questions online here.
So this first question that we have comes from Carolyn Cromer. She said, Mr. Brown, how do you recommend seeding through the armor for small-scale vegetable gardeners who don't own a seed drill? Will seed scattering work? Will small seeds drop through the armor? Where she left it.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat it? Okay. They want to know about vegetable seeds, small seeded vegetable seeds in a garden, seeding through heavy residue. And what I tell them, scattering, no, will not work unless you're in a really wet environment. What we do is, and I didn't put too many pictures of our garden in there, but every fall after we clean off all the vegetables from the garden, I will cover our entire garden with alfalfa hay. Okay, not grass hay, because you don't want to be seeding grass in your garden, but alfalfa hay. That thick armor will be, for one thing, alfalfa, higher in nitrogen, lower in carbon. It'll cycle through quickly. It will feed all that biology. Then in the spring of the year, we just part that alfalfa hay. And that takes some work to do to get down to the soil and then put the vegetable seeds right into this soil. That's in the garden itself. Now, we also do anywhere from 5 to 15 acres of vegetable, large scale, out in a diverse mix. Those I'm using my grain drill. Now, she does not have a grain drill. So then you actually have to physically part that hay and put the seed in. Then what I do during the year, as your garden over the years becomes more and more biologically active, you're going to notice that residue, that alfalfa hay, will break down much quicker. Then during the season, we will add some wood chips. And wherever we're getting bare soil, we'll put wood chips. And we're balancing the carbon-nitrogen ratio that way. There's a pretty good gardening book out there called No-Till Intensive Vegetable Culture by Brian O'Hara. No-Till Intensive Vegetable Culture, where he talks about how he gardens without tillage. Yep.
And just for the people here in the room, we're going lot of these questions are back. A lot of plenty of time to get through everybody. The next question is from Trent Kostonen. He says, we farm in eastern South Dakota and plant corn, soybeans, and oats. We successfully plant cover crops following oats, then we graze our cow-calf pairs. How do we incorporate cover crops further into the corn and soybean years? And then further, he describes we use strip till and no-till or vertical till.
Mm-hmm. So the question is about a corn, soybean, oat rotation, eastern South Dakota. They plant cover crops following the oats and then graze that. How do they incorporate more covers? It is possible to incorporate covers easier into corn. The soybeans at this point in time in our environment, we're not going to recommend trying to interseed other species. But with corn, you can go in there and do it a number of different ways. You can go in, if you have been in a system where you do not have weed pressure, you can go in shortly following corn planting, and you can seed covers then, get them established before corn canopy. Species such as annual ryegrass tend to work well. Otherwise, you can go in with a high boy about at tasseling and go in and drop the seed. And typically it's something like annual ryegrass along with some brassicas. So as soon as that corn starts to dry down, if you get a rain, then it'll germinate and come up.
Okay, Trent is very good at the question and answer point here. He also just added a question. He says, in addition to my earlier question, our cover crop mix after oats is oats, radish, turnip. The oats get rust and sometimes do very poorly without a fungicide. For a better option.
Okay, but what Trent didn't answer is the oats are following what? I'm not sure of his rotation there. The other thing I would just talk about that with Trent, he said he's following the oats with radish and turnips. Those are both nitrogen scavengers. So I would need to know his crop rotation. It's not going to work very well going into that with either soybeans or corn, because what's going to happen, those brassicas will release their nitrogen very early, very quickly, and he's not going to have anything actively growing to uptake that nitrogen. So he's going to lose part of that due to leaching. He'd be better off, he needs to put a grass in there with it, whether it be a little more oats or some barley or some wheat, some triticale, rye. You've got to have a way to convert that inorganic into organic, or you'll just lose it all with those brassicas.
Okay, this other question for you, Gabe, and then I'm going to have Roy come up. Can you describe production timeline for grass-finished beef? At what age or weight are your beef slaughtered? Yep,
so the production timeline for grass-finished beef. Realize this is all about context, okay? What we have found, our context is we calve starting May 15th, calve through the end of June, leave those calves on the cows most years up until March, early April, whenever we're able to wean them and kick them out onto perennial forages. Realize that those calves are not putting on any weight all winter. They're going through 2+ feet of snow, getting a little bit of milk from mama, but they're learning how to survive our winters. But it's cheaper for us just to do that. We'll put on just a little skeletal growth, but not much weight. Then they gain weight after they're weaned. Then they go into the second winter grazing cover crops. Then they go right on to, in the spring of the year, either perennial forages or a fall seeded winter biennial. At that time, they're approximately 24 months old, and we can start to harvest them then. The majority of our animals are harvested at about 28 months of age. And look at how low the low cost of money right now. People say, but that's taking you longer to kill them. I don't care how long it takes me. I care about profit. That is, in our context, the most profitable way to get an animal to finish. I could wean them earlier, but then I'm going to have to feed them a lot better, you know. And also, any heifer calves that we're retaining have not been alongside that mother out there learning how to become a cow digging through snow. Roy mentioned epigenetics. I'm a firm believer in epigenetics with livestock. Our cow, you know, there's a world of data put out there. Dr. Fred Provenza spent his life studying it. An animal who is in utero inside a female, doesn't matter, we're talking sheep, cattle, goats, doesn't matter, will be able to digest and convert forages that its dam consumed while it was in utero at a more efficient rate. So if you have a calf in utero that is eating lower quality forages, that calf for the rest of its life will be able to consume those forages better than will a calf that was on a higher quality diet. It's epigenetics.
All right, this might be for both of you. I'm not sure. Take it where you may. This is from, I believe it's pronounced Sybil English. She says, thinking about all of the things I've heard today makes me both very nervous and very frustrated. She says, we can't all go farming and raising our own produce. So where can we buy regular groceries from clean farmers and maybe even visit them regularly with our children to build connections with them? Is there a go-to place like a website or a link that you guys have seen for shopping? She says, I always buy organic and non-GMO, but can I trust all of those brands when they say that they're actually organic?
Sure. Well, first of all, I'll let Gabe answer the first part.
You go ahead, because I might get long-winded.
Oh, I might too, but
Repeat it.
yes. So could you say, what's her first name again?
Sybil.
Sybil. Okay, so Sybil asked the question, where to go for groceries, pretty much. We can't all be ranchers and farmers. So where do you go for nutrient-dense food and incorporate a family aspect to it where you can meet the ranchers and things like that? I don't know where she's located exactly, but first of all, buying online has been really nice. Like I say, Gabe and his son's website, nourished-by-nature.us, is a wonderful place to get healthy protein and healthy, oh man, all sorts of products. You go there and you'll find a lot of your groceries are sold right there. That's the first one I would say. Another one we went to, it was called Farm Box Direct, and that was a place we got organic veggies when I was doing my detox. Now we raise our garden, and if you can't do that, I would try to find a local farmer or rancher that you trust, that you can, that will allow you and your kids to come and visit at some point. We try to buy our local stuff as much as we can if we do need to buy some groceries, but anything we can't get locally, we order online. Full fat coconut milk. Back when I used to buy bone broth, I got it, like I say, from US Wellness Meats. They have a wide variety of things to buy off their website too. Go ahead. Sugarland, Texas. Okay, very nice. So I know getting to know your farmer and rancher in your local area, I would say would be the best place to start. I know Gabe can answer, but I know they have a lot of people that he's got an open door policy at their place. I'll let him talk about that.
Yeah, Roy's exactly right. No matter, I've traveled extensively all over the world, and there's food grown locally everywhere, with the exception maybe of Hawaii. That's like a kind of a food desert at times, Hawaii. It's amazing. State that has a year-long growing season. Every day of the year doesn't grow all its own food. But I'm a firm believer in sourcing locally because the microbiome in your gut is closely related to the microbiome in the soil of the immediate area you're in. So the more you can source your food locally, the better off you'll be. Go to the farmers markets, seek out the people, and don't be afraid to ask them if you can go to their farm or ranch. As Roy said, we have an open door policy. Anybody can walk on our farm at any time and look at anything that's outside the house, okay? We have between 2,000 and 2,500 people every summer drive up our driveway. And my wife at times gets a little annoyed with that policy, but it's there for a reason. If people see it and you have nothing to hide, they're gonna trust you. If they trust you, they will buy. Now to answer Sybil's question, we are addressing that. Just last week, we announced that we formed what's called a company called Regen Earth Verified. We're seeing a lot of companies want to greenwash the regenerative movement. And what we consider regenerative is not what many others do. And so what this will be a way to move all farmers and ranchers forward, along with industry. And so what we have done is started a system whereby a farm or a ranch will put in an application to be regen verified. Our team will come out and do a suite of tests, everything from carbon to soils to water to biodiversity. And then that farm will be benchmarked only against itself. So it doesn't matter if you're organic, doesn't matter if you're conventional, doesn't matter if you're first year or 25th year of regenerative, you will only be benchmarked against yourself. We'll go back a year later and take those same suite of tests and then see the improvement that has or hasn't been made. We are working with a number of different companies who want to source products from regenerative farms and ranches, and we're building this program so the companies are paying farmers and ranchers based on improvement. So, for example, we already signed on several egg companies, and these egg companies are paying their regenerative producers so much per dozen, and that's increasing as they improve their regenerative practices. So once you earn that seal, then that product will be regen verified, and you can feel very confident that it meets these protocols, because this is going to be audited by institutions. Because of the companies we're working with, it has to be, or we would be liable for that. So that's the work we're doing in order to move regeneration forward worldwide. Yes. Yeah, and what do they finish at? That's entirely dependent on the weight of the cows. A heifer will finish approximately 100 pounds lighter than the mature cow weight. A steer approximately 100 pounds more. Our finishing heifers, for instance, are normally between 1050 and 1175 at 28 months of age. Okay, any others? All right, here we go. Back. Mm-hmm. Azure Standard out of Oregon. That's right. Yep. Yeah, they have drops throughout most of the western 2/3 of the U.S. That's correct. Yes. And many places have local food co-ops. Check those out. Okay, other questions? Oh, way on the right. There you are. Sorry. Well, I believe I was talking about a refractometer, the use of a refractometer. Refractometers are used in the grape industry, and they're a measure of solids in liquid. So you take like a garlic press or a vice grips, you squeeze a drop of liquid from the leaves, or in the cases of fruits or vegetable, from the fruit or vegetable itself, put it onto the lens of that refractometer, hold it up to the light. It gives you a reading between 0 and 32, and that will be a rough indication of the sugar content in that particular vegetable. And there are charts available online, because you do not compare like a tomato to an apple, okay? They'll test different at different levels. As you advance soil health, your Brix readings will increase, and we've done extensive studies as far as the difference that makes in animal gains. Obviously, it has some to do with genetics, but generally speaking, for every 1 point of Brix equates to about 1/10 of a pound higher average daily gain in your beef animals. So if you can move Brix, nationwide average is about 3. If you can move it to 13, you're going to increase your gain at least 1 pound more per day. It's a good rough indication of nutrient density. Take that to a farmer's market sometime, start testing people's vegetables, and you'll get a lot of looks. Yes.
Gabe, in eastern South Dakota, that corn soybean rotation, that So we're using Italian, we're using the dairy farm, the Italian ryegrass is being planted on the land. We had some problems with saline salt spots going down through the middle of the field, haven't grown soybeans there for years. So he's planting Italian ryegrass in the spring, harvesting it 3 to 4 times in season. Reapplying dairy manure on that land. So we're doing corn, soybeans, Italian ryegrass, and we went back to soybeans. We've done away with all the saline and salt in a 1-year period of time. I think it's because the amount of aggregates the roots are putting out is just overwhelming that whole system. Are we removing more carbon than we're replacing in that system?
And the answer, could everybody hear that, or do you need it repeated?
Try to summarize that.
Yep, so I will summarize. A corn, soybean, Italian ryegrass rotation, taking 3 to 4 cuttings of Italian ryegrass. Are you removing more carbon than you're replacing? Absolutely, yes. Yep, and the reason is, here's one reason. When you said that he is incorporating still putting on liquid dairy manure, and pardon me?
He's doing it twice in season.
Twice in season, that's a good thing. I would much rather have him apply it on a growing plant so it can uptake that, convert it from inorganic to organic. But the issue is you're still going to be going backwards. I would check the soluble salt levels. They may not appear as noticeable, but I would like to see what they are in the soils. I'd like to see a lot more diversity in the mix that he's got. The challenge in a corn soybean type rotation, you can slightly add some carbon with corn because of its root biomass and the large amount of biomass in general it puts out, but you're going to be negative with soybeans every time. And the Italian ryegrass, even though it has a large root mass, one thing, if he's adding a dairy manure, it may not have as big a root mass as what you may think, because the nutrients are there to uptake it. I think that's a good program. Don't get me wrong. I'm encouraging it, but I think he's got to take it even a step or two beyond that.
What would you add into that?
Yeah, I would like to see a season of some more diverse covers in there. Realize that Italian ryegrass, the pictures I had, and I talked about leaf area index, capturing solar energy. I don't believe that that'll be able to capture enough. I think you're going to have to grow more biomass, cycle more energy, and then integrate some grazing livestock if at all possible. Because by removing that much biomass, you're removing a lot of the solar energy that was cycled.
So would you incorporate the grazing mix after the soybeans?
Well, after the soybean year, perhaps.
Yeah, after the soybean year.
Yep. Probably. I would want to see the tests. And talking about soil tests, the tests that our firm uses that really start producers down the path of proper nutrient application is the Haney test, Haney, and a PLFA test, stands for phospholipid fatty acid. That'll tell you how much bacteria, protozoa, nematodes you have in your soil. Those 2 tests, we recommend they be done at Regen Ag Lab. The reason we're recommending Regen Ag Lab, we send in thousands of samples per year and we test the labs themselves. We found up to 92% variability in lab results. Can't make recommendations with that kind of variability. So Regen Ag Lab came back as the most consistent. At that point then, with those tests, we're able to determine where you're at and the amount of biological activity. And then we're going to do some trials and start the weaning process based on where your soils are at. Because realize when you apply synthetics of any kind, and not even just synthetics, you can over apply manure. We have one client who has 100,000 irrigated acres, all with dairy manure, feedlot manure put on it. His soils are trash. They're destroyed from over application of manures. We see it in hog confinement. We see it in poultry confinement, dairy confinement. These manures can be just as toxic as synthetic fertilizer. We need to understand that. So you got to be careful. But according to what those soil tests tell us, then we're able to put together a plan to start the reduction. People are going to ask me, how much can be reduced? You got to look in the mirror. How many of the principles are you going to adopt, right, Roy? That's exactly right. And at what scale, how diverse is your rotation, cover crops? Are you going to integrate livestock? It's not uncommon for us to be able to eliminate 50% of applications of synthetics in a 3-year period. That's not uncommon. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it's not at all uncommon for us to see. That shows you how much we're over applying. So take a look at and think about what you each write a check for those synthetics. Now imagine that half that's now left in your bank account. What does that do for the married life, huh?
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, you bet.
Part of that, when I talked to Gabe one time about the Haney soil test, I said, boy, I'm a little nervous. I don't want to cut back this far. I do financially, but I'm a little nervous too. He said, well, do it on as many acres as you feel comfortable. But he said, as far as the phosphorus goes, he said, if you've ever put phosphorus down, you've probably got enough for a lifetime. And I've cut phosphorus out for the last 4 years and haven't put any down other than a low salt starter with the corn in furrow at times. And that's been the only phosphorus I've put in, and I haven't seen any decrease in yield at all. Or in my soil numbers, the Haney soil test hasn't showed any significant drops since doing that either. So I am trying to implement as many principles as we can. I don't do it on every acre, but as we transition more and more, that's what I'm hoping to do. So, yeah.
Every person has an aversion to risk. You know, I work with clients who they'll try it on 5 acres that are in the back 40 where nobody can see. And then I've had a client first year, 8,000 acres of covers all along the major roads, you know. Hey, to each his own, you know, that's up to you. I'm not going to tell you to do something you don't feel comfortable. You have to feel comfortable. What we ask of our clients when they sign on with us, you have to give us one field for 5 years, whatever size that may be, 5 acres or 5,000 acres. But you have to commit for 5 years. We have had a couple people drop out after a year or two. They just didn't have the fortitude to stick with it. We have never, ever had anybody go all 5 years and go back to the way they were doing things. And what normally happens 9 times out of 10, 3 years in, they're committing all their acres to it because they can see the difference already. God was not wrong. He knew what he was doing. It's that simple. Question and back. Mm-hmm.
You know, in my work, I still struggle. Like, is there maybe an item? If you guys are doing where really put together a really good scenario-based cover crop. We have a lot of guidance that says what each individual cover might do. We don't have a lot of guidance a lot of times on what the scenario is leading up to those covers. Is there a better source yet, or just call you and hire you guys?
No, Pete asked a good question. And unfortunately, Pete, there's so many different variables. How would you do that? We sat down and the question was, is there the materials available out there that talk about specific mixes and designs for specific scenarios of putting cover crops into rotation? But how would you do that? Because what I do in North Dakota is going to be different than what's done here at Aberdeen, is going to be different than what's done in Alabama, let alone Finland or Europe or Australia. And there's so many different soil types, humidity, sunlight, season. That's why it has to fit the specific context. And I wish I had a good answer for you, but that is a tough one. And what we encourage people to do is seek out people locally who have been doing that and lean on them for advice. One of the beautiful things about this regenerative movement, I'll call it a movement, is people are extremely willing to share. You know, Roy was surprised I'd pick up the phone. Why wouldn't I? If I could save somebody a little bit of the time and headache and heartache I went through, you know, I tell people, you're seeing, you know, I show you in my presentations the successes. But boy, we could spend a month here with what I tried and were learning opportunities, as I like to call them now, right? I've literally tried hundreds of different cover crop species. I settle on what works. On our farm, we have a two-strike rule. We'll try a cover crop species twice. If it fails both 2 years in a row, we're done, on to the next thing. If it succeeds, then we'll ramp it up and try using it a little more, if it fits the resource concern. But I can't tell you, we're so used in agriculture to be written a prescription. You know, the agronomy center is going to tell you how much fertilizer to put on, what type of pre-incorporated herbicide to put on, you know, how much seed treatment, how many seeds per acre. You know, let's be honest, a monkey could farm nowadays because it's all generated for them. Regenerative agriculture is not that way. It takes observation. You've got to be able to observe. Let me give you an example of that. I was out doing a consult in Wisconsin, and we walked onto this hayfield. It was alfalfa, and it was just loaded with broadleaf weeds. And he says, man, I wish I would have planted Roundup Ready alfalfa so I could spray out those weeds. I said, have you ever asked yourself, why are those weeds there? Well, no. I said, well, they're there because you have too much nitrogen in there. The alfalfa is producing so much nitrogen, the weeds, those broadleaf weeds, are coming to use that and cycle that nitrogen. I said, all you would have to do is mix some grass in with your alfalfa. You wouldn't have that issue. But in agriculture, we're so tied into treating symptoms rather than solving problems. We just look to write a check for everything. You know, I often tell people one of my unfair advantages is that after those 4 years of hail and drought, I was so broke the banker wouldn't loan me any money. I had to learn to observe what nature's telling me. And I became very allergic to writing checks. And I tell you what, it's a lot more enjoyable to sign the back of the check than the front. Other question?
Does he know about the smart mix calculator? Would that
Yeah, Pete would know about Smart Mix Calculator, I'm sure. Yep. Green cover seeds, their Smart Mix Calculator. Yep. Question here. Oh, perennial plants. How do you terminate perennial plants? You've got two choices, pretty much. Well, there's kind of three. Tillage, okay, herbicide, or one of the things we've had some success doing is if it is like a monoculture alfalfa crop, go in the fall of the year after the first crop, seed a fall seeded biennial. Winter wheat, winter trit, cereal rye, hairy vetch, something like that, although I wouldn't recommend vetch because it's a legume and you're coming off a legume. And then the next spring, that should get up and going before the alfalfa. You can combine it. Chances are if it was alfalfa, you've been removing the biomass, you're better off grazing it and using that. Then come in there immediately with a warm season mix. We've had pretty good success. Does it terminate all the alfalfa? No, but it sets it back some. And we've had actually some very productive cash crops doing that. Yes. Yep. Biological inoculants. So I'll just put it this way. Dr. Chris Nichols, many of you know her, one of the world's foremost authorities on mycorrhizal fungi. I asked her when these first started coming out, I said, Dr. Nichols, there's mycorrhizal fungi that I can buy in a jug. She looked at me and she said, Gabe, there's 175,000 known species of mycorrhizal fungi. What do you suppose the two they put in that jug are the two that you need? Okay, that kind of answered that. In saying that, we have seen some success with using vermicompost, and vermicast worm juice, so to speak, as an inoculum on seed. That does, you're adding biology. I would say Dr. David Johnson's, the Johnson Sioux bioreactor, of using that as a seed inoculum is showing some good results in jump starting a system. What we tell all our clients is if the salesman is so good that you think you have to try it, go ahead and try it, but do so making sure that you're doing a split trial. So then you know. My business partner, Dr. Alan Williams, studied those amendments for 5 years. And what he found is success depended on the amount of carbon that they were using as a carrier. And it was the biology in the soil consuming that carbon that created the greatest difference. He said the vast majority of that, the biological life is dead by the time you get it. Yes.
Sure. Yes, we do. Yep. So yes, I can. So the question was, is if we use livestock on our operation, and I would say, yes, we do. I was raised on a ranch. We didn't do much farming when I was young. My dad had buffalo that he ran along with beef cattle. And so we ran that mainly, me and my brothers, my dad, we all ranch. And my brothers, they're 100% ranching. They really would prefer to never go in a field if they wouldn't have to. But so I do kind of the farming for our operation for my dad and my brother. And I do some other planting for my other brother west of the river, west of the Missouri. And so what we do on ours, me and my wife's, we just one. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. What we do is we go through about every acre we have with cattle at some point through the year, whether it's we take off our oats crop early on or our rye crop and plant in a cover right away. We'll graze through that. Our corn stalks, we graze our cows on that. We don't go there with our grass finishers that we run, but we do with our cows and we do with any calves. This year I didn't wean until, I think I weaned about, I don't know if it was in January or right after Christmas is when I weaned my calves because we were grazing cover crops and we were grazing the NRCSB program that we had planted. I grazed through with my pears and the pears did great on that. And like Gabe had said, the calves are actually learning how to dig when there is snow. We did have a little bit of snow at one point. It's gone now, but they really will teach them to dig for their feed. So yes, we do. My wife and I run about 150 cow-calf pairs and then some yearlings as well for grass finishing. And so yeah, we do that. We try to adjust our farming to better suit our animals and utilize the same acres twice. Basically take the cash crop off, grow the cover, and leave it if the biomass is needed or graze it if we can. Graze the corn stalks. I don't do much for soybeans. I might, it's not that I'll never plant soybeans, but it'll probably be grain seeded into a standing rye field and either rolled over or burned off or something like that. But trying to get away from more and more chemical passes whenever I can. So yeah, we do utilize livestock whenever possible. And my brothers, they love that part of farming is grazing the farm ground. So we kind of have a good understanding. They don't want to overgraze it and I don't want them to either. So it's a nice relationship that way.
This question for both of you. Stack, trait, genetics, your operation, or genetics, animal work, and then one comment I cut silage for a guy. One day, the dad always fed the cattle. And he came in to the son and I cut silage for him. He says, "What are you doing? What's different? Something's different." And comparing years prior, and the only difference was he was using conventional corn. And the cattle were more satisfied with conventional corn than the stacked genetics traits. I guess there's sort of two questions there, but
Sure. Well, for myself, we're still in transition to go more and more regenerative. So I've got this last year, I did plant some double stack corn, some triple stack stuff, but it was on some acres that I rent. And like I said, this last year, I tried going with non-treated seed there, and the ecosystem just wasn't ready for it, and wasn't built up for it, I should say. And so my acres, I'm transitioning out of that, trying to go with more conventional seed. It's some of the corn, when I talked to Gabe about it, he said, go with a non-treated seed if possible, and just go with a hybridized variety that's not, so you'll still have your yield there, because I still have a bank that wants their money in the fall too. So I want to keep my yield there, but yet not try to not do as much harm to the soil as possible. So I'm transitioning. I've had really good luck up until this year with going with just a conventional non-GMO, non-treated seed from Albert Lee Seed. And I've
used stack genetics with like workworm or
BT.
BT.
I have not been. I've not been. John, that's the acres I've been trying to transition to. So you want to talk, Gabe?
Yeah, so I think the approach Roy's using, excuse me, is the right one, in that realize you have to build up the predator population. So work by Dr. Jonathan Lundgren and his team, 5 states, stack trait genetics, multiple locations in 5 different states, stack trait genetics versus conventional. They found corn rootworm and corn borer in every single field that use stack trait genetics. In only a couple of the conventional fields did they find corn borer or corn rootworm. Profitability 76% higher for the non-stack trait fields. But realize all of those producers, of which our ranch was one of them, have been going down the regenerative path for some time, so we had the predators there. To answer your question, I only use open pollinated corn, and it's a variety that I've been working on for myself for a number of years, so we're saving back our own seed. Yield is not as high. However, we're averaging over 11% crude protein on it, as compared to, if you look at most hybrids nowadays, corn hybrids, you're down to 5% crude protein or less. Huge differences. And it's exactly what you said. There's a major difference in the digestibility of those. Other questions? I thought there was a hand over here. Yes. Yeah, in protein in corn, you can get, most local grain elevators can measure the protein in corn. That's where I'd go. Pete, make it easy.
Well, it's kind of fun because, so we had this conversation yesterday, your example about the conventional form. What do you guys speculate if you would have went with a shortened day conventional in that same scenario, Roy? And so now you're not planting for maybe another 2 weeks. What would that have done to that cutworm and populations? They have been there anymore?
So I will summarize that question. What if Roy would have went with a shorter day CRM corn and planted a little later? I think that's exactly the right way to handle it. I plant a 79-day variety. I don't even think about planting corn until the 15th of May, but I'm going to watch soil temps. And mine will be out of the ground growing. The thing about it is I don't want drying costs. I want to go in and I want it to be easy, and I want to get livestock on those fields earlier. So 79-day, just keep the population up because your ear's more fixed and you'll be fine. But you'll get, chances are you'll get by that time in the year where those cutworms will affect that.
So my replant, I just learned, I'm learning with you all here, and my replant probably could have used untreated seed again. And that would have been an excellent way to go. I always try to go with 89 days, the lower side of what I've planted. But as I'm learning more about it, I don't care as much about the day as much as I do planting times. And I try to watch the soil temps as well. I planted that corn on the 11th of May, and then my replant 89 day was on the 2nd of June. And so when I noticed it, had I been a good farmer and gone down there and checked it more frequently, I would have known right away something was wrong. I went almost a month later, so field was clean. I knew it was planted good. I knew it was planted right. I was doing other things, so I didn't worry about it until I didn't see corn when I drove up. So That's very good to know. I definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, the question is, where do we winter our hogs and chickens? On the ranch. The only animals of ours that are ever inside are the laying hens. During the winter, we have a hoop house. They go into the hoop house somewhere around Thanksgiving, depending on the weather. In that hoop house, it's bedded with wood chips, and we got roosts and nest boxes in there. The water in there is heated, but there is no heat in that hoop house. We allow them, chickens lay according to day length. We do not provide artificial light, so production goes way down in the winter. But my wife cleaning 1,000 eggs a day, she deserves a little bit of a break. And so we don't mind that. And people say, you're going to lose your customers. No, we don't. They buy store-bought eggs. They're back wondering when they can get eggs again in the spring. Hogs are outside all the time. And all we do is we just put some hay that got rained on or something. We don't put up any straw for ourselves in the pen. They just burrow in there and they do fine. It's no issue at all. Sheep and cattle are all out on the fields. So, yes. When do we lamb, and are the sheep running with the cattle? So we will lamb the same time that we calve, mid-May to the end of June. Our sheep are on a planned grazing schedule. Wherever they plan on going, that's where they go. The sheep, we only have a small portion of the 6,000 acre ranch fenced for sheep, and so they are rotated around there. We did make a trial a few years back of running the sheep, the ewes with the cows. Realize though, we have a very good coyote population. Our cows we never have to worry about coyotes. Our cows will take care of them. Problem is they think a baby lamb is a coyote also. And so we had to split them apart. We do have guard dogs with the lambs, so we do not run them together for that reason, because we're not able to have the sheep with the cows year round. If we did, we think it'd work well, but we're just not going to fence our ranch. Right now, our demand for lamb is we're able to sell what we produce, but no more. And it's a labor issue. I would love to be running 2,000 to 3,000 ewes on our land. We have the land base for it, but we just don't have the labor for it at this point in time. Jamie? Okay. Yep. Yep. Oh yeah, sheep are all of our animals are moved pretty much daily during the growing season. Once a day minimum. Like when we get into certain areas where we're trying to have higher density and have more animal impact, we'll do multiple moves per day. During the winter, the cows are moved. I don't know, I'm never home. My son claims once every 3 to 5 days, 7 days, whatever the case may be. Yeah. Sheep are a little more close up during the winter. They bale graze, but they're not moved quite as often during the winter months. Yeah, and with the sheep, we're not moving more than that once a day or so. From stock densities, from a beef standpoint, cows will vary anywhere from as low as 50,000 pounds live weight per acre, normally around 150,000 to 250,000. At times we'll hit 1 million pounds of live weight per acre if we're trying to make an impact on a certain area. It's all visual observation. What are you trying to do? For instance, if you get a lot of buckbrush, western snowberry built up, you need to go in there. We'll lock them on that. Just let them take it down to nothing, trample it, open up that canopy so the sunlight can get in there, and then you'll get grass germinating and starting in those spots. There was a question back over here. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, the question is trees in ag situations. And we have to realize our context. We're on the northern plains. There's not a lot of trees here except the riparian areas. That is a sore subject with my wife. I decided a number of years, 6 years ago, for my retirement, I was going to plant about 1,800 heirloom apple trees and fruit trees. Well, nobody told me that we were going to have 6 dry years in a row, and we do not water them. So I tied up a small fortune in those trees, as she reminds me quite frequently, now that there's no tree there anymore. So you have to be careful and realize the context of our environment. So, you know, in places where there are trees, like we noticed, since we're grazing paddocks approximately one day every 12 to 15 months, we are getting in lower areas. We are getting some trees that are established and coming, and we're just letting them grow. I actually have pictures of Russian olive growing, and I turned grass finishers into a paddock. They all just walked to that tree and consumed everything off that tree, which tells me there was some nutrient that Russian olive was bringing up, putting in the leaves they wanted to eat. And that's fine. It'll come back. So, yes.
There was
Okay. Yep. So the question was, the individual in Canada, his name's Derek Axton. He is from Saskatchewan, Minton, Saskatchewan. And Derek is grain farming only, no livestock, although he will allow a neighbor to run some livestock on his land. Derek is known for his intercropping. He grows a lot of chickpeas, flax, lentil, peas, barley, and he will grow them in combinations, 2 to 3 species together, and he has the equipment to separate that out. Highly profitable, highly successful. When you say compost, what he's specifically using is Johnson Sioux, where he's using it as an inoculum. That's a compost that takes 2 years to make because the biology is in the air. It's a static compost. You keep it moist. You never turn it. And it takes, in our environment, it'll take 2 years before you get the fungi and the diversity of species. And then he'll take that and they'll run it through one of those compost tea brewers, and then they will use that as an inoculum on the seed.
So could he do the same thing if he would incorporate livestock?
That there the question was, can he do the same thing with covers and livestock? Bingo. You get a book, because that's exactly right. See now where your mind's going? You're changing the way you see things. Things like that compost will accelerate biology, but you're doing the same thing with compost livestock, building that up. There's a really good webinar on our website about Alejandro Carrillo and what he's done in the Chihuahuan Desert. Okay, this is desert of Mexico. It takes 300 acres to run one cow there for the year. And you literally drive for hundreds of miles, and it's just bare ground, you know, and some mesquite and a blade of grass here or there. And you open the gates to Alejandro's ranch, and you're in grass 4 to 6 feet high. And he's done it all through a cow. No seeds, seeded, nothing. But what happens, and Roy got at this, made this comment, how our gut microbiome, the microbiome in the rumen of a cow, and the biology in the soil are closely related. So what does a perennial seed need? What's the most important thing to a perennial seed once it germinates? It's got to have that mycorrhizal fungi, because that fungi is bringing the nutrients to that new seedling. What is, when you graze lignified material, in other words, what Alejandro did, how he regreened his ranch is he would let the grass get to a mature state. Turn the cows in there, they'd eat that, they'd consume the seed. That's high carbon forage. What is high carbon? It's fungal component. It'll change the fungal component in the rumen. When those cows go then and defecate, all that seed is in there. It's highly fungal. And he has picture after picture of cow pat, with all these grass seedlings coming up. That's how he regreened the desert. So you're exactly right. We can do the same thing with covers and livestock integration. Great observation. I like it. I like when people's minds go to the next level. But doesn't that make perfect sense? Of course it does. Of course it does. Yeah. That's exactly right. Yes, sir.
Back to the comments about that garden and covering the mulch. When you put the seed down after it's full, do you have to bury it or can you simply just cover it back up?
You know, I usually do. The question was seed in a garden. Can you just cover it with mulch or do you need to bury it? The reason I cover it with little soil is I leave that little thin strip. I don't put the mulch all the way over that row because if that mulch is too thick, that new seedling, depending on what it is going to have a hard time coming through there. Obviously, something from a large dicot, a bean, a corn, a pea could come through, but you take a carrot or something like that, it's not going to make it through that mulch. Mm-hmm. Yes. My theory on strip tilling is just get rid of the binky. It's just one step to no-till. You know, it's just a pacifier. All you're doing is you're just destroying less soil. You asked, so I got to tell you what I think. Yeah. Sure. Question from online.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this right, so please bear with me. Chris Redbird says, would you recommend Polyculture?
Chris is asking if I'd recommend Hugelculture. And we do. We have a number of hugels on our place, and I will describe a Hugelculture. Those of you who know me know I don't like to sleep a whole lot. I think it's rather a waste of time. But so I was studying carbon one night, and I come across this word Hugelculture. And I got reading about it. And what it means, hill, is what the word means. What you do is you take wood, what is available to you, branches, stumps, etc., put that in a long line, and then you cover that with some branches, leaves, grass, compost if you have it, and some soil, so you got a mound. Well, think of what you're doing. You've got all that carbon material in the wood, and it was used by Native Americans in the desert southwest of the U.S. because water was so limited. What happened when they would get moisture, it'd soak in, and then that rotting, decaying wood would be the carbon that held onto it. So if you noticed in the picture I had of the vegetable gardens, we have a number of hugels in there. They're approximately 200 feet long by 10 feet, and they started out about 8 feet high, and now after 5-6 years, they're about 2 feet high. They work absolutely fantastic. Yes, I would recommend them. There's a lot of people in town who use them in their gardens, etc. It really works. And then they put their household waste and things in there. Works good. Yes. Oh, what do you plant in it? Anything you want to eat. Vegetables of any kind. Works fantastic. Yep. Other questions? I left this whole period open thinking we'd be inundated. Yes. Uh-oh. Here's, Roy, this can be for you. He asked tough questions. I know this guy. Oh. Oh.
My theory on this is that these corns, these hybrid that when it comes to not putting the synthetic, they don't know what to do. Yeah, and it's good for them.
That is a great question, and it's one I happen to know the answer of. The question was these newer varieties of not just corn, but we see it with soybeans, we see it with wheat, any quote unquote improved variety, they don't seem to perform as well when they go into a regenerative type system where you're relying on the natural nutrient cycle. And you answered it exactly. Okay, how are new hybrids developed and where are they developed? They're developed either at a land-grant university or by a seed company or even over in Hawaii, and they're developed in a lab in a sterile environment. And then they go out into a very small plot where usually it's in the greenhouse, then outside in a small plot, heavy tillage, heavy use of insecticides, fungicides, etc. Dr. Wendy Tahari, Taheri, actually has a lab that is able to test seed, whether it's mycorrhizal compatible or not. And what she has found is that a very high percentage of the quote, new improved varieties that are being released today no longer have the ability to form that association. So you're exactly right. We are developing varieties nowadays based to perform solely in this high industrialized type production model. And, you know, that's just not conducive to soil health or human health, quite frankly. Yes.
And I would like to expand on that, you want to buy more that go out there. It's not.
Yeah.
So, data I have not seen from. We'll have boards will come out of fires that they don't know how to read.
Yep. The question is on the livestock side too, do we see that? And absolutely yes. We're seeing that. When my son decided to purchase hogs and raise them outdoors and have them farrow outdoors and fend for themselves, he would have been way better off going down to Texas, Oklahoma, catching some wild hogs, bringing them up. Because it took several generations to breed that instinct back in. And again, this comes down to epigenetics. Read the work by Dr. Fred Provenza in Epigenetics. And it's epigenetics in humans too, as Roy will tell you. Goes across all species, even humans. Yep, even humans. Yes. Okay, I do alfalfa in my program? Yes, it is part of a very diverse mix. No, it is certainly not monoculture. Most of the mixes we put in for forage are 20 plus species. And how we do it is we hay a particular field approximately once every 3 or 4 years. Try to feed that hay on the field where it is put up. And then it's grazed the other 3 or 4 years. Because you got to build the armor up. Otherwise, you keep haying, you know, several years in a row, you've taken off too much carbon. You're at a loss already. Yes. Will I ever plant as much species diversity in a cover crop as I'll find in my native rangeland? I would love to, but at this point in time, it's cost prohibitive. You know, we've counted, I showed you over 140 species. If you go back and study old journals, we figure in the northern Great Plains here where we're at, there was probably close to 300 different species minimum in native rangeland. I wish I could. I wish we could get all those, but little cost prohibitive to go seed them. Yes. Will those species show back up in a native system? We are seeing that occur on many, many ranches and farms all over the world, quite frankly. What we're finding, though, is that is very dependent on the amount of moisture and timing. The other monkey wrench in there, there's certain species such as fescue, crested wheatgrass, and smooth brome grass that really make that difficult. You will get some showing up, but realize biological time, 100 years is like a blink of an eye. Well, we all want to see the fruits of our labor next year, you know, so it takes some time. But we actually have clients who have taken cropland and just let the weeds and whatever grew, natural succession. And it's amazing. I've seen cropland converted to diverse paddocks with 40 to 50 species in 3 to 4 years in wetter environments, not in as dry environment as we have, but in wetter environments, I've seen that many. With no seed planted whatsoever. Simply grazing. Yep.
Elementary question, but, if you're starting from.
I'll take this one.
If you're starting from conventional cropland, corn, soy rotation, do you have to, is there something to get by the herbicide carryover problems when you switch it to a cover crop?
Yeah, good question. From a conventional corn, soy, for example, rotation, moving that over to minimize herbicide resistance. Realize you have, if at all possible, find out what herbicide was used, because chances are in corn, you know, it was a grass herbicide was used, probably a broadleaf also. It actually is easier if they just use glyphosate, because then you're able to, the key is to go in with a very diverse cover crop mix. Biology is going to remediate it, and it can remediate it very quickly once you start down the path. Diversity is the key, but realize that first year, you got to know what herbicide was used, because it may, you know, I don't want you spending money on cover crop seed that, where there's going to be a carryover issue.
What was the reason for that, or doing away with Roundup?
Yeah, the reason I did away with glyphosate was simple. I got to know Dr. Stephanie Seneff, and the information she has is so compelling. I couldn't do that, you know, thinking that it is out there in the environment doing what it's doing.
So what is it?
To the human
Yeah,
body.
to the human body, yep. And it's negative towards, you know, glyphosate was first patented as a chelator to remove iron from smokestacks. So it's a chelator, so it is tying up those metals in the soil. The next thing it was patented at, as it was a biocide, which means it is killing life. And when you read Dr. Seneff's book, Toxic Legacy, and it's pretty compelling. And I got to know her. She came and listened to me speak at a conference, and we had a conversation. And of course, I know Dr. Huber, and I just couldn't do it anymore. Question in back. Use cover crops to battle invasives like crested wheat, smooth brome. I'm not going to say it's been great success. You know, smooth brome is just ideally suited to this environment. And what blows my mind is I work with ranchers in New Mexico. Smooth brome's their biggest issue. West Texas, smooth brome. That is so conducive, and it excels in an environment where it has cool season moisture. And boy, then it has a very shallow root system. It's rhizomatous, of course. That just inhibits other seeds from germinating. Realize that seeds have the ability to lay dormant until an opportune time. So if even though the seed may be there, with the smooth brome grass, with the root system it's have and already growing, that other seed's going to lay there and say, no, not worth it. I'm not going to germinate right now. And it's hard for people to understand that seeds actually are able to detect that, but they are. It's pretty amazing. Yes. Yep.
Is there any seeds that will germinate?
Any seeds that will germinate. Any seeds that will germinate, they're better than others. That comes down to more of a timing issue, and if you overload it, if you put enough of something and conditions were right, they will come. You know, like you can go into a crested wheat field and broadcast at the right time some clovers and get them started. Alfalfa, I've seen that get started, broadcast at the right time in crested wheat. We've been able to no-till into expired brome grass CRP and get some diversity started. And it takes proper grazing. But I'm not going to say it's easy. Other questions? Okay, just shout it out, whoever. Okay. All right. That's Dr. Fred Provenza, the author of Nourishment and The Art of Shepherding and a number of others. Okay, talk about creep feeding calves. I think the best feed for any animal is forage it can graze. I'm just not a believer in it for the health of the animal or the health of the ecosystem. As far as interseeding something in wheat, if you're just beginning down this path, I would much rather see you focus your efforts on diversifying your crop rotation and putting cover crops in either before or after the cash crop. The reason being, anytime you interseed into an existing cash crop, you are limiting your ability to address a symptom if it shows up, i.e. weeds. I think it's more important for you to have success in other areas first. Now, in saying that, I've seen very successful stands of clover broadcast into winter wheat, late winter. If you're going to put that in a spring wheat crop, on our farm, we've had real good success seeding clover right along with the wheat. You have to be very careful as to the type of clover and the variety of wheat. You don't want to use a dwarf wheat and then have a clover that grows 3 feet high in there. You've got to be careful with that. So I really encourage our clients just one step at a time. Interseeding, things like that, you better be down the road a ways before I would attempt. Yeah. Oh, good. So how much weed pressure are you seeing then in your fields? Not too many? Then perhaps it's worth the experiment. Yep. If you do grow a clover in there, go with some shorter statured clover like a white ladino or a subterranean clover, something shorter statured. And realize that the majority of nitrogen benefit you get will not go to the weed, it'll be to the crop the following year. What do you do with Canadian thistle in pasture? You thank God that you've got all that forage for your sheep and cattle to eat. Canadian thistle, our animals eat it like no problem. What if you have it in the corn? Well, your corn has now become a forage. You know, yeah, you need to address that somehow. Usually Canada thistle is showing up there because too much disturbance, tillage. Do you till? Okay, that's one of the reasons you're getting Canada thistle showing up in those areas. Or the other place you see it is it hasn't had animal impact for too long and you got too much thatch built up and then you'll get the thistle seed germinating there. But that's not going to happen in a cropland field. Yeah. There we go. Good.
So I don't remember before you started having your health problems, but were you drinking Diet Mountain Dew or what were you drinking at that time?
Oh, no, not diet. It was as much sugar as I could get. So, yeah.
So, I mean, you basically had to retrain your whole biology and your system and so forth. do you ever have a craving to go back there at all or anything like that?
That's a great question. The question was, do I ever have a craving to go back to the way I ate before I started changing my diet? And I'll actually not really throw my mom under the bus here, but she one time said, well, once you get healthy enough, you have to be so restrictive. Couldn't you just go back to the way it was if your body's healthy? And so, oh, I definitely could, but I honest to goodness can promise you I've never had the desire to. And I never have had a desire. Your body begins to crave the nutrition rather than what you think you crave. And once you maybe have the discipline or the pain in your body taken care of and taken out, your body knows that it wants the things that are going to keep that pain away. And honestly, as soon as I started paying attention to nutrient-dense foods and even having stuff, this might sound gross, but we freeze raw chunks of liver from our grass-fed animals. And I take that as a multivitamin rather than any over-the-counter multivitamins because it has so many nutrient-dense properties in it. And I don't really care for the flavor, so I try to make sure they're small chunks, and I just take them with water, and they're frozen, so I don't taste them. But so once your body gets used to that kind of a feeling, it's such a nice rise in energy and vibrancy that your body never really wants to go back. Oh, no, I think that still probably would be pretty good for you. So, yeah.
And your body craves fat.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a book out, the Dr. Mark Hyman that talks about the big fat lie. And your cells need fat and needs cholesterol to be pliable, to open up and absorb nutrients.
So
And
I got, excuse me.
yeah, no, go right ahead.
I got a new one for you, something my son started selling. It's keto bacon. Okay, it's ultra high fat bacon. I tell you, I just crave that stuff. Yeah. I mean, a pound of pork liver, a pound of keto bacon. Oh, that's a meal. That's a meal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, see, that's the freedom of it. That's the joy of having a healthy body that isn't going to react if I go off of my maintenance plan. And to keto bacon, I think that's awesome. See, healthy, clean, nutrient-dense saturated fat will be readily burned as energy by your liver. And that it takes very few body processes to get that used as energy. So it really is healthy for you. And it's not the cholesterol that's causing all the heart disease. It's oxidation of that cholesterol that is driven by poor diet, poor food, and all of that things. So to answer your question, that brings up a great point in talking about freedom in regenerative agriculture and freedom in our health. When we go to a friend's house and it's something that their family loves, but it's something that we maybe wouldn't make ourselves, we just enjoy it. We thank them for it. And it's not like thankfully, we're healthy enough to this point. At one point in my life, I would have had they always asked when my life was kind of changing, well, can we have you out for dinner? I'm like, absolutely, you can have me out for dinner. And there were certain things I had to just not take when I went through the line or whatever. But right now, my body's to the point where even today, I don't know if that was pork for sure or not. I assume it was. I was able to eat it with no problems. But when I was pulled down and burdened in my system, if I would have a couple bites of pork or bacon on a salad or anything, I would start feeling bloated, start getting uncomfortable, and I usually got really good at finding out where the restroom was. So I'm very thankful to say now you have freedom in your health. And I don't know if anybody here knows Jocko Willink. He's an ex-Navy SEAL, coined the phrase, discipline equals freedom. And you can use that phrase in really any life that you're talking about. You stay disciplined to the plan. Like Gabe said, people pulling out their acres on the second year because they don't want to stick through with the discipline. And I'm not down on those people. I understand they're nervous. But at the same time, you stay disciplined. If it makes sense to you and you're understanding what you're doing, you will experience freedom at some point.
Sure. This is for Roy. Roy, there's a lot of people.
Right. Oh, man, I can't imagine. I never would have. Oh, man, I couldn't have been. I would have gotten put out of business. That's for sure. So yeah, those numbers of that IV that I was getting, the question is the amount of dollars that were spent in healthcare, in treatment and all those things. I mean, it's in the several million of what I was spending, the insurance company was spending on my behalf for the Remicade IV. And we could go down that path, probably discussion for another time, but I'll put it this way. I always said that I couldn't let go of my health insurance because I had to have it for my IVs. But as I was spending about $30,000 a year in health insurance by the time I was getting healed up and better. And it was just draining us. I was losing money every year. The health insurance was one thing I always said, and my banker agreed, I have to have this for my medication. And so as I was able to start going off, I was leery for the first 2 years of being off medication. I thought, well, just in case of a disaster, I better keep the well-marked insurance. And I'm already grandfathered in. I have a $1,000 deductible. You know, I know it's whatever it was at the time, $2,600 a month or whatever it was. But it was just, and then we were having more kids, so things were going up. And it was just absolutely shocking to look at my balance sheet at the end of the year and see our family living, bumping up to $100,000 and $30,000 of that being our health insurance. So since then, I actually joined a ministry called Samaritan Ministries. It's a sharing ministry. And what they do is it's not insurance, but it's a Christian-based organization that allows me to, you write a check to an individual that needs it, that they send you the name and the address, and everybody, it's a collective effort similar to MetaShare or some of these other sharing businesses or ministries you've heard of. And but when I did that, I went from $30,000 a year to $6,000 a year in health insurance. So saving $24,000 a year right off the top by cutting out insurance was huge. And I was nervous to do it. I talked with my folks. I talked with a good neighbor of ours, Lyle Perman. He sold insurance. I talked to him about it. I believe I may have even asked Gabe about it because I was shocked that crop prices were low. It was very tight. It was very tight. And that is what I believe God used in my life to kind of get me to the point of saying, okay, something has got to change here. And it kind of came full circle with the way we farm, the way we would pay insurance, and the way we took care of our health. And so I don't know if that answers your question or not, but the financial side of health problems and the pharmaceutical industry is a subject I get very angry about. It's really sickening. And doctors and the medical technology I'm thankful for. Obviously, if you're going to have pneumonia and you can't get any better, take the antibiotic, get better, and then rebuild your system rather than trying to treat throat cancer with a cough syrup. There's so much deeper problem rather than just throwing cough syrup at the problem. We need to concentrate on the very root of it first, and then that branches out into all other parts of life, the way we farm, the way we eat, and everything. So that's
the same with agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
We're treating symptoms instead of solving the problem. If we'd spend money focusing on soil health and put our efforts there, how much of those inputs do we really need?
Well, that's what you're teaching me about this bypass, and liberty, and list, and extend. All we're doing is putting the Band-Aid on problem. We're building up resistance with the Roundup, so we go liberty. So we build up resistance to liberty, we go to enlist.
That's right.
I get a book?
He's smooth.
Bone broth, he talks much about.
Sure. So bone broth is just basically the bones of a good animal, good grass-fed animal, the marrow, the joint, the ligament, everything within the bone is extracted. You put some apple cider vinegar in a pot. That helps draw the minerals and nutrients out. My wife, I think that recipe, you roast them slightly in the oven, and then you put them in, and you just simmer it on a stovetop. Used to be for a couple days, but that will extract all the rich nutrients and minerals and amino acids. Gabe probably knows more than I do about all different types of amino acids, proline, glycine, a lot of stuff that will actually begin rebuilding and repairing ligaments, intestinal cartilage, joint cartilage, intestinal tissue, things of that nature, it will actually start helping to repair. And the large reason why bone broth is so important for so many different types of health problems is because it won't burden the body when it's metabolizing it. It just readily uses all that nutrient density and gives the body another more time to actually heal itself and the proper nutrition to actually do that. So.
Bone have to be broke when you're going through the process of preparing it, or will it come out?
Sure. Well, what we do is when we have our animals butchered, we have them cut the soup bones, and there's some meat around with it, and the bones are cut. And then what we do is we throw them in. I could pull the text up. I asked our processor one time where they come from because they're very, very gelatinous. And you want gelatinous broth because it'll be just like jelly when it's in the fridge. As soon as it hits a room temperature, it's back to a liquid, and it's just very easily absorbed. And so it can come from, for us, when we have, say, a chicken or when we have our soup bones or anything, we just toss it all in there and just use whatever bones we actually have, and just it pulls out all the nutrients you need. Like I say, Gabe probably knows a whole lot more in depth of exactly what it's doing, but suffice it to say, it's probably the number one natural functional medicine remedy that you can do right from your home for about anything.
Okay, I know when you look at me, you think of the word health. I realize that. But think of it this way, okay. You know, the past 2 years, if you add them both up, I have been on over 500 flights. The past 2 years, all through COVID. I travel extensively, 280 plus days a year. How many hands do I shake in a day? How many people do I talk to? Okay, how often is Gabe Brown sick? But what they don't realize is that I pretty much only consume what we grow and raise on our ranch. You notice I ate very little for lunch. Not that it was bad. It's just that I eat out of my suitcase. Bone broth is something I consume every day. I'm just a firm believer that that's where the health lies, you know? And, you know, I've probably been exposed to COVID 10,000 times in the last 2 years. Just doesn't affect me, you know? I'm not saying I'll never get sick, but rarely. And I say it's because of what I eat and consume, plain and simple. There was a question over here. There we are.
Is there any natural soil amendments that you can
Natural soil amendments that I recommend applying, Google Johnson Sioux compost, and that's where I would start. I would make your own and start there, use it as a seed inoculant. Yeah, and I'm not, you know, if I was ever to recommend an amendment, it would be a natural type one, okay? I think too often what we're trying to do is just switch one input for another. I'd prefer to rely on the natural system. Johnson Sioux bioreactor. Johnson and then Sioux is S-U. Yes.
The question I have is from Sister Mary Thomas, who started us off with prayer today. She said, is there a book that you would recommend for epigenetics for beginners? I think you said it, but maybe reiterate it if you didn't.
Epigenetics for beginners. I would read the book Nourishment by Dr. Fred Provenza. That's probably the best one out there right now. Yes.
How do you travel with bone broth? I make my own and drink it.
So how do I travel with all that stuff? You gotta check your luggage all the time. Is it all liquid? Yeah, we'll freeze it. We'll freeze it, and you know, then I'll take it that way. Trust me, my suitcase has been a mess more than once, but you know, it is what it is. I'm a big man, you know. Is that what you're getting at? Come on now, be honest. As much as I want. Yeah. As much as I want. Like, I'll have 16 ounces for breakfast, you know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Can I speak to that?
You bet.
So when I started, well, like I said, when I started the detox, I wasn't into all the health stuff right away, but I was into how my body felt felt after consuming it. And I started off with 8 ounces, just started at a cup in the morning. I just had that every morning before I moved on to the stuff middle of the day. Hot. Yeah, it's better hot. I will say Dr. Josh Axe has a powdered version on his website, but it's just not the same as real. I mean, it's a good substitute, but it won't exchange. And his are flavored in chocolate and vanilla, whatever. But I would strongly say your own will be the cheapest and the healthiest, and or buying from Nourished by Nature.
Can I just answer that question first? So do you like chicken broth, like chicken soup? Yeah, yeah. So what we do is we'll make chicken stock. I got a 7-gallon pot, okay? And then we throw carcasses in there, okay? Feed in there. Chicken feet are great. Anything like that. And then I'll throw onions, carrots, celery. And then the key is put Italian seasoning in with it. And I use those natural herbs of Italian seasoning, like rosemary and that. Put those in there with it. And then I like to cook it for at least 24 hours. And then I just strain that off. And, oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Steak in a cup.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
one thing about the bone broth is we do have some silicone things that my wife pours and then she freezes it and they just dump them out. And so if you're making it, just make a bunch, freeze it like Gabe said, and easy to take along too.
Yeah. Steak sauce doesn't work so good in
No.
that. Though. Yeah.
Roy, do you use any essential oils or use the herbalist or anything along that line?
So I didn't necessarily get an herbalist. I kind of tried to learn. I love reading health articles, so I read about them all the time. My wife does diffuse essential oils. I don't necessarily attribute it to part of the healing. It was something that we used, and it's something that I think is great. It's not something, there again, it seems like people were either sold out to where you should use this to fix your broken arm, and the other person is like, I'm never buying an essential oil in my life. It's all quackery. I think they have some great components of essential oils. I think it's great to diffuse. The air we breathe is one of the largest pollutants that we can have. So breathing in good essential oils that are diffused, I think are great. So yeah, I would say we use it. My wife would be the one to talk to about what she uses with the kids and stuff, but it is definitely a good therapeutic grade because there are, like anything, cheap synthetic versions. So you want to make sure it's organic, if possible, therapeutic grade essential oil. Because you think of like a little bottle of lavender, from what I understand, it takes 150 pounds of actual lavender leaves, distill or whatever, to get the chemicals from those flowers. So that's a lot of, if it's not organic, that's a lot of flowers that maybe have been sprayed that may be getting into your essential oil too. I could be wrong on that, but that's the way I look at it. So try to go therapeutic grade, organic when possible. Well, I use it because I'm in the house. I don't oftentimes use it every day or anything. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Yep. So, I mean, it's in the air and she uses it well. Like I say, I think it's a great thing to add into a healthy lifestyle. I probably wouldn't try to treat everything with just essential oils because I don't know enough about it. But yeah, so that's my answer anyway. I haven't actually gone to an herbalist. I go to a functional medicine physician who's a chiropractor by trade, and then he really does a lot with nutrition. He's actually up in Bismarck. Life Enhancement Clinic is where I've gone for some of my adjustments and things to be checked. But no, I've never tried an herbalist, just an herbalist anyway. So nothing wrong with that, but I've never gone down that path yet. Let's see. I did later on in I did when I was a real young child. I had a lot of, I was allergic to a lot of different things, nickel and lots of weird things I was allergic to. I never did when I was sick with Crohn's. Like I say, when I was sick, I really didn't even go there. I had a lot of people, when you get sick with something, everybody and their dog has an answer for you. And so I was kind of, I don't know if I believe in that. I'm just going with what my doctor says. But then as I started opening my mind to more of that stuff, I think it's a good place to start to see what you're a little more sensitive to. But learning to listen to your body is huge. And, you know, just paying attention to how you feel after you have certain things. You don't want that to become an idol where you're constantly thinking about yourself and every bite you're putting in your food, in your mouth, because that can really pull you down and stress you out too. So I think part of it is just really listening to your body physiology. And I don't mean that's so mystical. It's just, do you feel good after you have this or not? And kind of move on from there. And if you need to really go with an elimination diet for a while, just cut out all the inflammatory things and just start from there. Slowly adding in one thing, waiting a few days, adding in another, and then you can kind of start finding it yourself. But going to a functional medicine doctor that'll do a panel, what do they call it, an organic acid panel or something like that, it'll kind of help you see what you're deficient in and also what you might be, some food intolerances as well. Might be a good place to start for certain people. I think I keep forgetting to repeat the question, so I apologize.
Okay. 1 minute, one last question. Yes. And I actually did not pay him to ask that question. So Understanding Ag is a for-profit consulting company. And we're on about 30 million acres, 43 different states, 6 Canadian provinces, the UK, Mexico. And what that looks like is we are strictly paid by the day for our time, plus expenses. Come out, we'll do a phone consultation first. That's free of charge. Then if you decide to sign a fee agreement, we can come to your farm or ranch. One of the consultants will. They'll spend time with you and do proper soil testing if you're doing crops and devise a plan to move you down the regenerative path. We start where you're at. We start working on what we call low-hanging fruit. Where can you put the effort that will give you the maximum return on investment immediately? So instead of trying to enhance your poor producing fields, we're going to start with, are the better fields up to standards? And that's how we do it. And we devise a plan and go from there. With that, yes, one other question. Yeah, man. Somebody to get into farming and ranching. How do you get in if you're not in? I love this question. So for, as I said, 25 years, we had interns. The vast majority of them were not from a farm or ranch. And we spent time with them. The most important thing for them is to understand, A, you do not have to own land to farm or ranch. B is you need to understand from an education standpoint what it takes to make it in farming and ranching. You need to understand that the 6 principles that I shared with you drive the 4 ecosystem processes. You have to understand that. Then it is a matter of, okay, how can I get my foot in the door? You intern on a farm or ranch. We had a program on ours where if you showed us you had the drive and desire, we would finance you and start you with your own enterprise. And then you grow as your profits grow. Okay? So most people, if I tell a young person, he says, I want to farm or ranch. Okay, what do you want to do? I want to raise cows. That's about the most least profitable enterprise out there. Okay, the most profitable one on our ranch is honey, followed by poultry, followed by hogs. Cows are about the least profitable, but you grow as your profits grow. My son is 34 years old and has never borrowed money. And he runs a 6,000 acre operation. He farms with his checkbook and the profit goes back in, plus is invested. And I tell you what, you can make money and grow if you understand that and use those principles. But that's the key. So I recommend starting, you got to get some experience and you got to get the understanding. Apply for a scholarship to Soil Health Academy and you can start your training there. We give scholarships to young people all the time, give them the education. With that, I just want to say thank you to the presentation sisters for allowing Roy and I to be here. Thank you to the Grazing Coalition, Soil Health Coalition. It was a real pleasure visiting with everyone today. Thank you.
Yeah, how do you end a day like that? This is phenomenal. Just an FYI, the sun is shining beautifully outside. Go home with all of your thoughts of what you've learned today. Take it and use that knowledge that you've been given by Gabe and both Roy. Outstanding job. And thank you again from Sister Mary Thomas and our presentation leadership and all of our sisters. We, again, thank all of you for coming today.
And then, can you hear me okay? I'll add into that, thanks to those that attended via Zoom. I know that only, for the group here, you can only see what you can see, but throughout the day, we've had numbers as high as 140. We're down to about 90 now as the day has got to an end. And like Sister Mary said, we had compromised 6 different countries today. So I thank everybody for coming. I always say, well, you guys say this, the best things happen organically. There were so many things about today that happened just because we let people have freedom. So thank you for everybody for coming. Thank the two of you for presenting. And
We hope to have more continual education coming from us all in future settings. So keep watching. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.